50 now. And welcome to the stream, everyone. How's it going? Welcome, guys. I heard we have some interviews to watch. What about bash build? I can show you what bash looks like. It's just like a left click basic attack build, that's it. Here. And it revolves around this temper mod, which gives it some AoE ability that's very strong. Unless it gets mega nerfed. So we expect that to be pretty good for the Barb. Is Darkside alive? Darkside is, yeah, he's alive. He had like some surgery or something, I believe, and he has been kind of like recovering and chilling and just working a bit in the background. I found every cosmetic in D4. No, I have not. No way, dude. Merhaba. Unfortunately, I don't speak Turkish. Hello, Stefan. Hello, Oran, Xena. It's a way of asking how is he doing. Okay, I mean, Darkside is getting better as far as I know. He was in a meeting and stuff. Has Northfire not updated the Sorc builds yet? I mean, Northfire is alone in a Sorc. He has like 9 guides or something. So, yeah. You wanted to get him out yesterday, but I guess some things are coming in a bit later. Just a single new stat enabling a new build. Yeah, basically. I mean, this literally creates a build. The bash cleave thing. It's not much like this, but it's kind of cool. Rogue also has some stuff like that, which is like the temper mods for imbuement count. Which is not necessarily creating like a full new build, but it creates the possibility to... You can play like a full cold rogue or full poison rogue or full shadow rogue or something much more reliably now. So that's also kind of cool. And it's like a few other things that kind of work like that. Bone Spirit, for example, is also massively changed. Here's Bone Spirit. So that is like now a very different build because of this. You can just make us spam Bone Spirits. Where are the Sorc builds? Yeah, I just said, like, be patient. Hasn't he, like, published some of them yet? I said it all on season 3. Nah, just wait, like, a little bit. Speaking of Sorc builds, though, I still wanted to make the Frosty Strides, in case that is actually a build. And a Ball Lightning, I think. So if you look at this here, we've cooked a lot of stuff. I also need to make a leveling build here for Necro. So let's do that. Thanks, Clan87. I'm going to play Bard this season. What build would I play in high end? I'll probably start with Double Swing, because I just like it, and it's fast. And then I will probably try Bash. And I don't know, maybe some other stuff, like, I don't know. There's like interesting new things you can do on a Barb as well. But mostly memes. I think Bash and Double Swing would probably be the 2 builds I would play. Yeah, maybe I'll try Thorns. Thorns is pretty powerful. Didn't lose weight. I didn't lose weight. And it's honestly not much to lose, so. Sorg really dead in Season 4, no tier S. Well, if no tier S means dead for you, then the answer is yes. Maybe. But I think no tier S does not mean dead. Yeah, 93k base damage. Some people are really high on copium that this will actually be in the patch. I don't think so, but we can make that planner anyway, in case it is. I think this is gonna get, you know, -1 digit or so, if anything. But let's see. Guys, I do not understand Turkish. Okay, how do we make a Frosty Strides Sorg? We only really care about a lot of cooldown. And you want to go teleport enchant, and that's basically it, right? So, do we even have a core skill? I don't think we even go for a core skill, right? Wait. I guess we do something like Arc Lash. Arc Lash is pretty fast animation as well, I think. So like this. And I guess we're gonna go perma unstable currents. We can do damage reduction there, we can do the crackle here. We can do this. We don't care about mystical teleport, we do this. We do this. We can even do glass cannon, I guess. So I do teleport enchant. I'm not sure if we need this. We want conjuration mastery, I guess. We do this. We don't really spend mana. I don't think we care that much about Crackle though. Do we care about Crackle at all, actually? I don't think so, right? Is there any advantage to Crackling? We don't need the mana. We do this. We do this. We do this. We don't take that. We don't need this. We do overflowing. We do this. Okay, let's see. 1, 2, 3, and I guess Firebolt enchant. And then 1. And we do Flame. I don't think we care much about stunning. This couldn't hurt though. If we needed 2 points, maybe we don't take it. And we still have a skill slot. I guess we can do this here to get our Tarasha ring, right? Ah, look, we have the technology now, by the way. Bam. Okay. Yeah, so this might be the build, actually. Questions, do you want all these things on a bar? I mean, perma flame shield is much harder now. Maybe even impossible. Maybe not impossible, but... we can do this here. I don't think we care about any of those upgrades. We don't spend any mana. We can do this, I guess. Is that the way? Yeah, I don't think we care about those 3 points here. After casting a non-basic skill, gain 9% all rest and 3% maximum rest to that skills element. Which means you get cold, fire, and lightning, all 3 actually. But it's only 10% damage reduction to those 3 elements. For 9 seconds though, it's quite long. And I suppose the all rest does not necessarily stack, right? I'm not sure if I really want this. Is there any point in this? No. No, we can actually do extra flame shield ranks. How about that? Okay. Frosty Strides is easy, only 2 skills, teleport and basic. Yeah, you could do that, but people did that because of Hectic. And Hectic is nerfed now, so I don't think you can entirely rely on it anymore. And also monsters are going to be much more tanky, most likely. To the point where you don't just like teleport into the pack and one-shot it. You actually have to live now. So, yeah, Frosty Strides, the way it worked on the PTR, even if it's not nerfed, will not work that way on PTR, on the live server, because of Hectic nerf and because monsters are much tankier. And most likely Frosty Strides is nerfed on top of that. So I wouldn't really count on it working that way. You need the defenses if you want to live. Like, if you just like run around without any shields, you're gonna die. Even if you have protection all the time. So I think you have to make some concessions here. Migo, Tarasha, and stuff like that. No Frostbolt. What do you want to do with Frostbolt exactly? Would I improve in Rogue's toolkit to get her on the S level? Nothing. I'd rather see nerfs for other classes than a buff to Rogues, to be honest, because I think Rogues are fine, and I have fun playing them. I mean, it's just that Rogue doesn't even have like most of these endgame scaling tools that other classes have. This is why they kind of like fall behind in the late game. Like when you have like really high-end content where monsters are extremely dangerous and extremely tanky, Rogue doesn't really have the same tools in the late game that other classes have. Rogue doesn't have a Tempest Roar. Rogue doesn't have a Thunderstruck legendary node. You know, Rogue doesn't have like a whatever that legendary minion node is on Necro. You know, some of these things are like massive multipliers for other classes that Rogue just doesn't have. So, I mean, you can put some of these things. They have tried doing stuff like that with Close Quarters Combat and Victimize, for example. And Victimize actually is kind of popping off this season, but there's also due to bugs because of double dipping. But yeah, ultimately, I think the power level of players is just too high. Hey Bastard, how was Rising? It was really fun actually. I think my sponsored stream was supposed to be like 2 hours. And I mean, sometimes I go a bit longer, you know, if I'm having fun and whatever. And we actually went for like real long, like 4.5 hours yesterday or so. And then we just like, okay, it's late now, let's go sleep or something. But we actually thought about maybe gonna go again this weekend. It was really fun. I mean, we might continue. So let's see. I guess Devouring Blaze is really good here, huh? Actually, is it still good? That's 7% if they're crumbled. It's 10% actually, that's a lot of damage. Yeah, we go with Devouring Blaze, yeah, for sure. Teleport, cooldown reduction. So I guess you want that. Extra sponsored. I mean, it was really amazing. It's a good game. Can recommend, guys. Rising. They have a sale right now if you type Rising. It's 10% off. It's a game that released yesterday. It's like some, if you know Rust, it's like Rust, but with vampires and like top-down view. And it's really fun. Actually, does Rust have like creeps? Maybe it's not exactly like Rust. We don't want teleport damage, we want teleport. I mean, we can also make some tele stomp build actually. Apparently some people think that's a thing. I'm not sure how much of a thing. But it can temper 290%. That's not bad. Wait, this is mobility. Okay, that's mobility. Okay. Attacks reduce cooldown. Where's teleport ranks? Is that here? Yeah. I guess you're gonna go all the ranks. We cannot do Juggernaut, so I have to get armor. We don't need mana though, we don't need res, so I guess we just do that anyway. Get some life. We can do armor here, or cooldown. Oh, flame shield. Where's flame shield? Is that also here? Ah, shit. Okay. Let's do full cooldown there. And life. This does no longer exist, right? I need to remove the implicits here. Into armor. And life. Is there something else? No. Rubies. Telestorm can easily be part of Ball Lightning. Yeah, I guess realistically, Telestomp is probably not good enough to really be like an endgame build. It's gonna be good for like stuff like Hell Tides. But I mean, anything works in Hell Tides, you know? You can really play anything you want in Hell Tides. So that's not exactly a bar to meet. But I mean, if like Hell Tide farming is an important part of the game, to be fair. So having like a really good build for that, and just like playing that build for like 20 hours until I have all the Hell Tide stuff you could ever need, is not such a bad idea. Like, legitimately, you should definitely try to make like a good Hell Tide build. So I made a video on your build, wanna see? Yeah, I'm not sure if you're talking about the Telestomp build right now, Nila. Or if you're talking about Frosty Strides. I'm making Frosty Strides right now. I know some people played it with only 2 skills on a bar, but I think that's unrealistic. Maybe not. Maybe it works like this, but we'll have to see. You don't really need anything to make enemies vulnerable, right? We're gonna make vulnerable with Ice Blades and with our legendary Paragon node, because we are gonna have like perma unstable currents. We're gonna be fine, actually. Wait, can't we like temper unstable currents? Yo, let's go. And some damage, I suppose. So that was the lightning damage. No, wait, actually not lightning damage. This is cold damage. This is our damage. So 8% cold. We probably want to temper some cold damage so we can get Frigid Fate up as well. Is there some other stuff I want to get? No, no. No. No, okay. Yeah, so cold it is, I guess. And let's just do a wand, because why not? What do we do here? I guess you're cold as well, but do we just go for like an elemental thing? They changed Tarasha to be capped at 4 or 5 now. I think 4, right? Maximum stacks is capped at 4. All resistance increased. Oh, interesting. They buffed the res on this thing for some reason. Why did it buff it? I think I might take an Elemental Surge here to get an extra stack. I'm not sure if like anything else would give us more damage. I don't think so. I mean, all the stuff is like just skill specific stuff that we don't care about. Teleport size. I don't think I care about anything. So we do Shadow. Do crit. Of 1. We're playing a lightning build, we should probably go for crits. They buffed the res on all on amulets. Yeah, I know. I just didn't know that they buffed the Tarasha ring as well. But I guess this is why. To kind of like have the same numbers. Okay, go for crit, I guess. Is there anything else you would like here? No. Let's do Sapphire. Okay, I need to find the aspects for this. I also need to put something here. We don't really want to go for any of these core skills and stuff. More int. Cold. And now what? I guess chance to... I care about freeze quite a bit. We don't have any other source of freeze, but with ice armor up we do more damage to frozen enemies, and we also have... What's that? Hoarfrost. We should get a bit of freeze here. Like 2 mods at least, let's say. Is there anything else that's important? Flame Shield Duration, Copium. We'll surely make it into the patch. I mean, let's put it in case it does. Let's do another freeze. Let's do a stun. Actually, we are stunning, right? Are we? We're not stunning. We could take the Lightning Spear for stun, actually. Do we have points for that? I don't want to give up Icy Veil. I don't want to give up this. We can give up these 2 points. And 1 there, maybe. Or this one. I like the aligned elements, 2 points. And we take the stun. I think that's a good idea. So we don't need to temper it. And we put Flame Shield Duration, because it's OP, and then we put Slow. Yeah, freeze, freeze. But we are freezing with this as well, right? Evade freezes close enemies. So maybe we don't care that much about the freeze, since realized. We are freezing anyway. Let's do Immobilize. And we don't need a stun really. Not sure what else we can do. Barrier Generation, how about that one actually? And Flame Shield Duration. And Teleport Cooldown. And maybe just more Barrier Generation. And that's it actually. It's pretty good, to be fair. Okay. So we need a teleport mod. Teleport's cooldown is reduced by 2.5 seconds. And the rest is basically just like generic damage increases. Probably put like a conceded or something. Should probably check if there's any resource aspects, but I don't think there's anything that's really good here. No, so we do a conceded. We didn't temper anything here. I'm still not sure what. I guess more cold damage. And actually, what about close? How much is close? 122. We can probably do something like close. I'm not sure how big the Frosty size explosion is. I think it's kind of small though. And now I'm really at a loss what to put. Yo, Elmo. Glad you like it, man. And guys, in case you weren't here yesterday, we released a new album of synthwave music under my name on Spotify and Apple Music and everything. You can find it. We have 5 albums now. The YouTube folks, they don't hear it, but it's copyright-free music actually. I could play it on YouTube even. Well, I mean, it's my music literally, so I guess that's fine. But anyone can play it, that's the point. So enjoy, guys. Could do control aspect maybe. Can do retribution aspect as well. Just all the CC stuff, I guess. Because there's not really much like generic damage bonuses that would actually help us, yeah, I think. Elements would be really oof. But I think that's might actually be what I have to take, man. What the hell? Okay, what about some concussive strikes we could do? Are we gonna do concussive strikes? I think we do. We also want hectic, I suppose. And I guess we want a might. Now, is there anything else that we really want here? There's rapid and there's accelerating, which is pretty good as well, actually. We definitely gotta take a rapid. So, are we missing a good defensive power now? Probably not. Are they actually ever-living, right? You want ever-living, I guess. Ever-living is kinda good, maybe, instead of concussive strikes, just to be a bit more defensive. You probably have enough rest to just throw a skull there. Let's put the diamonds. So I think this could be the setup here. Ever-living is better than might. I wouldn't say that. Like, this only works if you actually make them vulnerable or crowd control. I mean, you're generally gonna crowd control stuff. But generally, if stuff is crowd controlled, it will not hurt you anyway. You have to deal with the stuff that is not crowd controlled, which is, like, you know, bosses and all that. And okay, you can still make them vulnerable. But might is damage reduction on the character, and I definitely take 20% damage reduction on the character over 25% conditionally on the enemy. I'll just take both, to be fair, so... Like, the only other thing I could do here is, like, concussive strikes, but it won't really proc that much besides on staggered bosses, and if the elites live really long, I think concussive strikes has like, pretty low value here. So we do this, and we have control, Frosty strikes on the neck, Conceded, Tarasha with 4 stacks. I still don't know what to put here, to be honest. I have like nothing to put. So literally whatever. I guess teleport size, cause why not? I mean, there's like charged bolts cast twice or some shit, but does it matter? Doesn't matter, I think. So who cares? Okay, so we have flame iteration, 22%, if that exists. 60% flame iteration, so that's gonna be like 2.4 and 60% is like 3.5 seconds, a bit more than 3.5 seconds. Flame shield, it's balanced, I heard. And let's check the cooldown. So we have 58.8 cooldown, that's a lot. Math time. So Bounding Conduit reduces the base cooldown of teleport, which is 5.5. So it's gonna be 3 seconds base cooldown. So it's 1.26 seconds cooldown on teleport. Whoa, okay. And this means that a single attack... okay, wait a minute. Yeah, no, 2 attacks will reduce it then. This is 11.1. Okay, I'm not sure if like Bounding... Does anyone know that? Does Bounding Conduit also reduce teleport enchantment cooldown? I guess it should, right? So it should be 8.1. And then... times 0.42 is like 3.4 seconds. So it needs 2 attacks to get our evade back. It does not reset. Oh shit. So only the base. Too bad. So in that case we probably need 3 attacks. We probably need like 2 attacks, generally. Depending on how fast we attack, and... I mean, if you do it in -3 seconds, it's 1.6. 1.6 seconds is quite long, still. And wait, I forgot the teleport cooldown reduction, so we do this, and then... So base cooldown, 58%, and then we do... 2 times this. Ooh, it actually goes very low. Okay, so 2 attacks is fine. 2 attacks, 1 teleport. Okay. And the regular teleport every 3.9. It's pretty good. Teleport cooldown reduction does not work with evade. Oh. Oh, you're right, actually. But it's even better because evade is even more, right? It's a lot more. Okay, thank you. Yeah, I forgot. It's actually evade. How much cold do we have? We have a lot with cold, so I guess it's time for... Do we put unstable currents? Or do you put more damage? How much cooldown this is? 29 seconds. We already have this as well. 23 seconds. Honestly, I should probably go for Fierce Mastery. Wait, did they ever fix Fierce Mastery to now be more negative, or is that still additive damage? I heard that it was bugged in the past, but I'm not sure that's fixed. Yeah, I mean, if you only care about Frosty Strikes damage anyway, we don't really care about Bounding Conduit. So I think we're going to put Concussive Strikes here. How about that? We just get a 20% damage sometimes. We have a lot of lucky hits. We can make stuff dazed. And we stagger bosses. Yeah, alternating, we don't really want to teleport very much, to be honest. Because all the damage is evade. Like, this is not a teleport build, this is an evade build. So we only care about the enchantment anyway. Hi, Niklas. Can I share my thoughts on when I think it will be fair to drop a paid expansion? I mean, fair or not, they're gonna drop it in around 6 months. So that's what we're gonna get. And I think that's okay. How much attack speed do we have? We have 87. How's Frosty Strikes doing on bosses? Yeah, I mean, bosses were not really the strength of it. And this is also why I think that this build will just not exist when the patch goes live. Because if this is like nerfed enough, you don't have the boss damage, and boss damage is the only thing that matters in Season 4. So... Simple Currents is capped 2, that's good. Rapid is capped 2. Okay, I need to know if Fierce Mastery is multiplicative damage now. Is that a thing? Or is that still bugged? Because you might not even need Overflowing Energy. Shock skill cooldowns are reduced by 0.1 seconds. Like, maybe we don't care. Let me just go Fierce. That's the R. You can pretty comfortably reset Unstable Currents, I guess. And I suppose Hectic does not actually work for our teleport enchantment, right? So that should be fine as well. So my Hectic just gives me back my Unstable Currents and the other stuff. We easily have perma unstable. You can even do this here if you want. "18 seconds base cooldown. Unstable Currents, okay. It's up 1 second cooldown teleport and 1 attack refresh your evade. Yes. Yeah, I guess you can do like teleport evade or something. I mean, okay, you have to reset the teleport somehow, so like, you're mostly gonna be arc lashing, not teleporting, I guess. Like, you hold arc lash and teleport with evade all the time, and sometimes you press the other stuff. Should I use less skills for Hectic? Yeah, what's the point of having less skills? Like, why do you want to have less skills? Hectic does not apply to the evade, does it? The only thing that matters for DPS is evade. And... like, don't the other skills also give you evade cooldown reduction? Like, when you press Flame Shield, that should proc the boots, no? And Ice Armor and stuff like that. I think they proc it. So what's exactly the point of having less stuff on your bar? And reset Flame Shield faster. Yeah, that's true. But I don't think that this is really the way. Like, if all these like temper mods are gone from Flame Shield duration, I don't think you'll really easily have perma Flame Shield anymore. You have 2.4 seconds Flame Shield. You can invest a little bit more if you remove teleporter ranks and you put all defenses. Then you can have like maybe like the 2.8 seconds Flame Shield or something, or 2.9. But it will be hard to reset in the time. If I get really bad Hectic. Hectic is 2 seconds reset after 5 attacks now. So every 2 seconds, you get an extra 2 seconds off maybe or so. Yeah, if you have a chest with high ranks of flame shield, you have to go to teleport. So you have to do defensive or flame shield. I mean, maybe could get away without the teleport ranks. How much is it? 6.3 seconds. Wait, does it calculate this in? 6.3 seconds? Yo, we have the technology, man. Holy shit. Evade cooldown reduction. It's actually calculated. Okay. 6.3, yeah. So that's already calculated in. Wait, what about normal cooldown reduction? That's not. Okay. Get 3 attacks per second with Oculus and boots. Oculus, huh? We could consider Oculus since we don't really have anything good to put on a weapon anyway. We drop Retribution, I suppose. That's a lot of ranks. That's attack reduce every cooldown. I mean, in that case, you probably don't even want to put teleport on our bar. We can put another skill there. Is there another skill though? There's only Frost Nova and we don't care about it. That's it. So, we could consider Oculus. Evade and teleport alternately. How do you get teleport low enough that they can just do 1 teleport every second? How do you do that? Even with Oculus, I don't really see that happening. And even if you do that, then you have Oculus and you teleport randomly in like random places. That sounds pretty awful. Okay, let's start, I guess. Don't care about lucky hit really. You might care about the order. Bounding Hornet aspect. It's not enough. Bounding Hornet is applied before cooldown. It's not after cooldown. You don't just get down to 0. Teleport ranks doesn't reduce cooldown when the ranks are above rank 20. Yeah, there's like diminishing returns in skill ranks. If you have too much, it doesn't do anything anymore. That's just how the game works. Like, the more ranks you add, the less you get cooldown reduction. That's just a game mechanic, basically. So it's mostly for the memes, the Oculus ranks. Destruction glyph, I suppose. Although this is not really the right spot for that. I want a lot of dex glyphs though, man. That's always a problem on Sorcs. You want so many dex glyphs every time. Yikes. Okay, we have way too much willpower. Okay. We want static surge, right? After spending 100 mana. Ah, shit, wait a minute. We need to spend mana for this and we don't. So we don't actually make stuff vulnerable. So that's actually not helping us. We want Icefall though. No, we don't. This is only Frost skills, which should not work for Frosty Strides. So, no, I guess. But you have the chill reduction there. Get the life there. You want to take this. What about we do destruction here? Looks funny. This distribution there. The Paragon made was tricky, okay. Yeah, we'll see. Like, Icefall should not work for Frosty Strides. So I'm not gonna leave that out. We need Burning Instinct though, and we're gonna put like a rare buffing there. It's like typical Sorc procedure. We have Reinforced. Do we have another one? We have Tactician. 10% increased damage after using a defensive skill every 4 seconds. Defense duration is increased by 4 seconds for each defensive skill, not only action bars. It's every 8 seconds. We're absolutely gonna press one skill every 8 seconds, so that's fine. And there's Safeguard, right? You want Safeguard. That's pretty nutty. This is some weird stuff. Okay. Okay. We don't want this. And we have 43 points left. Okay. Let's put this here. Let's put Burning Instinct first because it's important. Why put it second? I think that's fine. We have 2 exits here on this one, which is good. We have more flexibility. We have 2 exits there. We could even go out here. 2, 4, 6, 7. It's okay. We do this. And a shop at Icefall board. What else we got? Lightning Res, Stun. There's... That's pretty good, actually. Wait, this has 6% life. What? This node has 6% maximum life. Really? I've never seen that. They always have 4. This one has 6. Interesting. Might want to take this. And there's also a life, but this is behind this and we don't rock it, which is very sad. Oof. Okay. Okay, no territorial. What a DR. That's it basically. Don't think you're gonna get over to this one, this is very far. 2, 4, 6, 8. No, this is extremely far unless you don't have another glyph. But on Sorc there's always another glyph. So we don't have that issue. There's control, for example. We don't have control yet, so we want that one. Two, 4, 6, 7. What if you put control here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. This could work. Now, where did we touch it though? There's 7 points. 2, 4, 6, 7 is also 7. And we have to rearrange stuff. 2, 4, 6. That seems good. Five points over, which is not too bad. Are we missing something important? Nope. 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 I think this is fine. We just need to get 5 points. And we actually don't have a glyph here. Wait a minute. I can put another one if you want. I'm not sure what though. I guess Elementalist. Dealing fire, cold, or lightning damage, increase the damage. I mean, we are doing fire damage with fireballs. We are doing cold with our Frosty strides. We are doing lightning, so Elementalist is actually pretty good. We can do that. Boom, 40. Done. Okay. Now we just need to get... maybe I'm gonna move this part here. Let me try to put something else. There's like a hit. There's 10 DR. What if I path out there? That's 10 DR. That should be manageable, I think. It's 4. Fuck. We can repath something. How's ball lighting in season 4? Should be still pretty good. Ball lighting is generally pretty strong. How's my resist? Yeah. Cold is super overcapped. Poison is not looking good. Although, wait a minute, we have new values now. So 0.9 over. We're gonna get plus 6% from the neck, right? And we're gonna get a slight buff here on the individual res. And we're gonna get some res there. We're gonna be fine, actually. We don't have too much res, or too little. We're actually just fine. Okay. Could even remove one of the diamonds, I think. Put another skull. How strong is Bow and Barb? It's solid D tier. That's how strong. I have too much dex here. Can move this. Hi, Crucible. Nice to see you. I'm trying Frosty strides, so now I have too much dex here. Now we have too little dex. Fuck. Any solution to this? 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, doesn't really help us. I mean, I can just remove one. Ugh. This is some shitty layout, man. How much life is this set up? 39k, that's a very tanky sock, actually. I also have too much here. Can move on. Okay, 1 point. Somewhere. We can probably change the pathing of one of the boards. This is 2, 4, 6, 7 points, for example, to the gate. We probably have a faster path somewhere. 2, 4, 6, 7, but we get 1 dex here, which we can move there, so it's actually 6. So this would actually give me the point I need. This is 7, I think. 2, 4, 6, 8. 2, 4, 6, 7. Yeah, we do that. Path out here. Move 1 node. And remove this. We do this. Uh, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This is good, actually. I think I have to change this. Yeah, but it needs to be one of the first ones anyway. So I do this. It's a big fucking board, man, of 7 Paragon boards here. Okay, now this looks better. What build will I pick for the smoothest 0 to tier 200? Minion Necro. It's gonna be the easy face roll class this season. As long as you stack enough defenses, you're gonna have a good time on Minion Necro. Oh, look, I'm missing 100 armor. Okay, we can do that. Done. How's my int? Let's do this. I mean, do we need that much movement speed? It still feels good to have movement speed, to be fair. I think I'm gonna do this anyway. How much evade cooldown do we have? 6.3. Maybe I want to do this actually. To make sure we reset all the time. So what about Oculus now? Do we do Oculus? Five seconds. Maybe we'll do Oculus after all, huh? It's probably not a meme. We do attacks, we do evade cooldown. It also gives you the extra charges, which is kind of nice. My god, it's so crazy, this mod. 2.2 and then 1.5. It's 3.7 seconds off the evade cooldown. You get maximum evade charges as well. Yeah, okay, Oculus is actually pretty crazy for this thing. So it's like attack, evade, attack, evade, attack, evade. It's kind of nutty. And you have the extra charges just to make it smooth. Now the question is, do we even care about teleport ranks anymore at this point? I don't think we do. Look. You do 1 point teleport. It doesn't matter, man. It doesn't change anything. Look at that. It doesn't change anything. So we have 4 points now. And now what, actually? There's movement speed, but we don't care. We need movement speed in town, if anything. Took advantage of Andariels. And what are you trying to do with Andariels? Isn't the RNG of Oculus going to get it killed? No, it's only... Ah, shit, wait, I thought it's the reverse. Okay, when you evade using teleport enchantment, you're taking the run. I thought it makes your normal teleport go to a random location. And not your enchant. Okay, in that case, this is F. We can't do that. We do normal. Never mind then. Yeah, you need to be able to control this. Can you use both? Bat evade causes poison, fist damage, burning, etc. That's the basis. Ah, we could do Metamorph, right? I think Metamorph overrides Oculus, and then you can do it. But at that point, is like, does he still proc Frosty Strides? I guess it does. So we do Metamorph instead of Concussive, huh? Like this. I mean, we could do that. We're also gonna be in permanent Salvo, which is kinda cool. Could almost go for Tybalt's. Not using it? No need. Okay, then explain to me, how do you play this build when you have Oculus without Metamorphosis? I cannot see this work. Hello, Vesper. Okay, he's a current character for a new season. No, he cannot. Seasons are full resets, besides some stuff like the Renown and the Altars. Yeah, I know there's like some weird interactions between Oculus and Metamorphosis and Teleport Enchant, and I don't know exactly how this works actually. So Metamorphosis overrides your normal teleport, even when you have Teleport Enchantment, right? So basically you just get a lot of... Yeah, the problem is like also Metamorphosis animation is really awful, man. I really hate playing with Metamorphosis, man. It feels so bad. With this weird lag that it has. Metamorphosis is mobility, not utility. So, I guess... back to concussive strikes. Yeah, I'm not gonna do Oculus then. I don't trust this. Yo, we got a tier 3 sub. Holy shit. Wait a minute. A 6-month tier 3 sub. From Le Wild Mad. Holy man. Thank you, man. Appreciate that, dude. That's... I think that's probably the biggest, like, single sub that anyone has done. No, glad you like it, dude. Okay, guys, we have too much cold damage, so I'm gonna start doing more stuff. Close. And more close. And no, that's it, I guess. Cold here, cold there. Also cooldown reduction. Yeah, this is probably what I would go with here for the start now. And I mean, we have 5 seconds teleport enchantment cooldown, which is probably 3 attacks needed. But it attacked really fast. We have attack speed cap basically. Can we actually get like something like this? Or we just go for like all in on crit here. Put some attack speed here. How about this? Boom. Oh, I need to go through my planners and actually add greater affixes and masterworking on all of the unique items everywhere. I have not actually done that. Unstable currency. You can do evade cooldown. We have that. We have evade cooldown there. We have attack speed here. Life. I don't know, man. How much crit chance is 63? 49 int. I mean, if you want to add more damage, you can also like remove the movement there and go for crit chance or something. I guess he's gonna do something like that. Actually, you can do like a juicy int roll. We have a lot of defense on this. 36k life, ice armor, flame shield, constant barriers. That should be fine. Let's go for some int, get some damage. More than enough res as well. To skull. Yo, so many subs, man. Randy White. K by. How do you say that? Thanks for the prime. Thanks for sub. Do I see myself playing V-Rising again? Actually, I do. We talked about it yesterday when we played it. Maybe we're gonna do some more this weekend or something. I mean, we have like a 4-man team, so we have to like kind of like align schedule and stuff. But I would actually play it again, just like that, without sponsored actually. It was really fun. It's just that I generally just don't do much variety on stream and so on. You know, I'm usually like very like ARPG focused. And I mean, V-Rising is like kind of close enough, I suppose, but it's still like, you know, a variety game. Yeah, I'm not 100% sure about this Frosty Strides planner. I think I might do some reworks on this. I need to discuss this. I need to like ask some questions about how certain things work, because I'm actually not sure and I can't test it now, so. Like, there's a few question marks here. Is Conjuration Sorc still good? Still is a very big word here. But if you talk about Frozen Orb, that's pretty good, yeah. Is there a life cap? Not that I know. I like the new Maxwell build pages, seem much cleaner. Which one in particular? Glad you enjoyed it. Super relaxing. Nice. Okay, I'm just gonna put this into the Discord now. So Frosty strides copium. There you go. We'll see. I mean, the thing is that this setup requires a lot of investment, so this will take a while for people to even get there. And we'll figure it out if it's actually a build. Okay, so what else do we want to do? Leveling, Necro, we don't have anything on 1 to 50 here. And we want to do Ball Lightning, I think. And I think I got everything that I want then. But before I do that, let's actually open all the planners. And check for uniques. Because I need to masterwork them. We have the technology now in the planner. That's a lot of fucking planners, man. Okay. Season next week, no Friday. And for some reason they don't start seasons on Friday. It's a bummer. Oh, do we have enough attack speed? Or too much attack speed now? We have too much attack speed. So let me check that. 43, 65, 85, and we have like 10% too much, roughly. But this might just be the fate of Barb. We just have too much attack speed if we do this. We don't want to like masterwork. I mean, we could do something like this and remove a roll, maybe. But what do we remove? I mean, he has only those 3 rolls, and he has those 3 rolls. Yeah, I think this is just the fate of Barb. He doesn't have too much attack speed. Okay. Tibalts. Oh, that's big. How much? Okay, how much does it go up? It's 90.6 close damage reduction. And Masterworked and Greater goes to 33, man. Holy, that's a lot. That's a lot of DR. Okay. No unique here. Tempest Roar. What is this? Tornado. I don't think I care about any of this, yeah. Certainly not the res. Oh, let me check. Let's see. Calculate the excess of fortitude now. No. Okay. Good to know. Already 4 seasons midweek. Yeah, because apparently going to the office at the weekend every few months is too much for like a few people. I don't know. This is why. I have no idea what I would actually like to put here, so I don't know. I don't really need the resources. I do this. Wild Heart, Hunger. I guess we do this. And Hunter Zenith. Now that's interesting. So Quick Shift is the big one, right? And Heightened Senses is this one. So this is 2% damage. Actually 4% damage and 4% damage. No, 4% movement speed. Oh, I might have too much movement speed. How much is that? 195. Boots, Amulet. Shapeshifting into Werewolf grants 10% movement speed. It's actually 20%. We have too much movement speed. That's interesting. Could we change this to something else? Is a question. Trample. Companions. Clarity. I don't think so. Really help us. I mean, there's like dodge or something like that. There's debilitating raw duration. Now that could be. Nah, not really. We don't have cooldown in this build, right? There's like no cooldown whatsoever. It's completely reliant on Hunter Zenith. Just too much. I don't really want to compromise here. We can do dodge if you want. 10% dodge is 10% dodge, I suppose. We don't need that. We do this instead, I guess. So now we have 172 movement speed. Which might be too little now. We also have 12% there, actually. Fuck. Okay, we have a lot of movement speed. I suppose. I get 12% there and 20% down there. It's 42. So we can do this. And now... Quick shift. So each point is an extra rank, holy. Seven to quick shift. Okay, dude. 78% quick shift. Ziemlich nussig, würde ich sagen. Okay. That's crazy, guys. What you can do. Some of these uniques are insane, actually. Okay, updated the unique tier list, by the way. Looks very funny because everything just went down. So in case you didn't see that one. Look at those beautiful red arrows. But a few things actually went up here. For example, Hunter Zenith is now S tier. And I wonder why. Because 13 ranks to quick shift apparently is 78% damage. Turns out that's pretty good. Now the question is, can we actually go for quick shift here? I'm not sure if double will be a thing, but let's keep it there for now until we have reliable information. Anything new in the Season 4 video on itemization? I'm not sure if they released a new video or something, but probably no. But it's gonna be an interview soon, no? And also I wanted to watch Riker's interview from yesterday. We're trying hardcore first time in Season 4. Any builds? Just play Barb. Would I be doing interview as well? I would, but I'm not apparently, so. You wish the bird beast change was reverted. Was a really cool build of Andarius. Yeah, I mean, they could have like fixed all the double dipping stuff and so on, but yeah, for some reason they just like nuked the whole thing. Campfire time. I think Rapid Fire Rogue on console will be kind of difficult. Yeah, probably. Thanks, Jonathan. Glad you like it. Oh, wait a minute. We're not quick shifting on here, right? So what do we actually want? We don't want a crit chance either. Nah. I mean, we're probably gonna go for the heightened senses here. Nah, this is scuffed. We go for all in the heightened senses, maybe? Okay. Yes, lightning storm. Boom, boom, okay. Storm. Sort of ranks. There's also a lot of DR though. 18.5. Nah, we take this. That's pretty good. Go from 7 ranks to 13. That's a lot of ranks. More movement speed. How much do we have? What is this? Companion build, right? So you have movement speed there. We have movement speed there. This is 12. And this is again 12. We have 24%. We actually have too much movement speed here if you do this. This means we change something. Companion damage, I suppose. This is 172. And then this is 184. This is 196. Maybe do this, and we should be fine. Okay. Necro. 95%. There's Blood Moon Breaches. I think I care about this the most. Wait, this greater affix doesn't even do it. Wait, what? How? Oh, it's 1. Wait, when does it increase? Interesting. Is that how it works? At rank 11, it goes to 2. That's actually funny, because, yeah, like, previously we had 50% bonus from blacksmith upgrades, right? And they made, like, a custom rule that if you have only 1, it goes to 2 when you have to final upgrade. And they've kind of kept that, actually, it seems. Unless the plan is inaccurate, but I'm not sure. Maybe this is how it works. And at 11, where it's a 45% bonus, it goes to 2. And then you do greater affix and nothing happens. Yikes, man. So I think we're just going to do this, yeah. Full DR. That's kind of cool. So let's do that. We don't care about corpse skills, do we? Corpse explode. Corpse 10. Actually, corpse tendrils. It's shorter cooldown, right? We could do that. Okay. And not sure about corpse skills really. Maybe just do this. Actually, we can also do maximum essence. That sounds kind of juicy. But it's like 1,000 base life. That's a lot. Maybe do something like this, yeah. Balance it a bit. It's like 5 essence though, man. Holy. It seems so bad compared to the life. There's nothing on this one. That's Bone Spirit. Yeah, Scoundrel's Kiss. Boom. Boom. Okay. Save. This has nothing. This has... Oh, wait a minute. We have this though. Star the Sky. So what do we do here? So I realized when I do this, I don't have enough attack speed, do we? Actually, no, we're fine. We have close quarters. Okay. We don't care about like a hit very much. We don't care about a crit. We don't care about anything really. It's just kind of funny. I think crit damage doesn't even work. Oops. I think crit damage does not work for poison imbuement. This is a poison imbuement build. I need does core damage. And I guess you do crit chance after all. You can just only do this. Sure, I guess. Save. There's nothing here. I have to double check for like Uber uniques, but there's only like Doombringer you can put in there, I think. On these poison imbuement builds, they're not gonna run Shaco. There's no unique. Okay. Okay. Here's a lot of stuff. 1. Oh, this also doesn't work, right? This is the same thing, right? It goes from 1 to 2, and then we do 3. And the last 2 don't even give a... Look at this, you can do 2 upgrades. It gives you nothing, man. Holy. Okay. That's the only thing you really want to do there. At least this. It's like from 2 to 3, and then what? Overpower damage, I suppose. And here we can do like big maximum energy. And these are tip outs. We can do. There's also maximum resource to be fair, so we can do that. And there's also this. A lot of uniques in this one. Starting up sooner. Wait, what? Are they starting already? I thought in 4 minutes. Bamboozled? No, not bamboozled. Okay. Chat bamboozled me. Fractured Winterglass. Conjuration Mastery is OP. Maybe it's OP enough to just invest everything into it, actually. Maybe go all the way. 5 ranks. So we have, let's say, 10 stacks of this. 10 stacks is 80% damage, 80% movement speed, 106% mana. And this would be 70% damage. So this is like a loss of like 5.5%, 6% damage. Movement speeds. Yeah, honestly, I think I'm gonna go all in on Conjuration Mastery on this one. The rest is kind of shit there. And I guess you go cooldown because it's cool. Too much damage with cold. With Asus. Masterworking and Greater Affix doesn't stack. It does stack. It's just that sometimes there's these breakpoints. Like, for example, here. Like, Penetral's Talisman, look. It starts at 1 core skills. And at 11 Masterworking, it goes to 2. But this is only like a 45% bonus. If you make greater affix, it's going to be a 95% bonus. So it's still at 2. And then once you reach it over 100% bonus, then you get to 3. And then you have like 100, I don't know, 50 or something. It's not enough to go to 4. Like, it's never enough to go to 4, basically, here. So, this is why. Okay, we do Firebolt. Bam. We do, I guess, Cooldown, because it's nice. Fire, this is fine. Cold is 250. Do we have Frigid Fate on us? We have, right? And we somehow need to fix it. And I think, I remember, I could not fix it. So we accept it's 25. Ah, here we go.
Just sign him up for a whole bunch of stuff.
Let me fix the last 2 planners.
Okay, so what I'm going to do here, tried my best to be as prepared as possible.
Cool.
But of course, I'm probably not prepared at all. So that's just the way life goes.
No, it's all good. Hey, and one thing up front, right off the top here is like, I have a lot of things I want to say, but it's okay if you want to interject. So if it's not rude, I'm not going to take it as being rude. So if there's things you want to chat through or things you want clarification on, like please interrupt me. It's all good. I feel like I want to give that preface to everybody I talk to now on stream, right?
I would never interrupt that sweet, angelic, mellifluous voice. Speaking of that, cool. Adam Jackson is questions.
Here. Can people hear me okay? I've spent the last 45 minutes troubleshooting my mic and it's been the worst. It's okay?
Dude, is that a paper towel roller by your bed? How do I get one of those?
I have kids. They're very messy. It's part of the life.
Dude, that's the most ingenious thing I've ever seen.
We're pretty creative. Thank God.
I mean,
sounds perfect for me. How is it for you guys?
All right, cool. Because I fucked with all my computer settings and now everything's terrible. But as long as it works, I'm happy. All right.
All right.
Okay, I'm starting a 40-minute timer. Then we'll do rapid fire at the end to try to hit as many as possible. If that sounds good?
Sounds good to me.
Thank you so much for being here, guys. All right, yesterday, CJ Riker did an interview with them. So he asked a bunch of great questions. I want to do some follow-ups to some of the questions that you guys talked about. So one thing, the topic that I think you guys probably covered the most in the interview yesterday at different parts was about aspirational and pinnacle content. Some of the things that you said that was Uber Lilith at the start of the Diablo 4 was all mechanical mastery. If you don't dodge the waves, you're dead. There's pretty much nothing you can do about that. And a lot of players didn't have fun just, getting crushed by her waves. Talked about there's different levers to pull on the difficulty. You can make players weaker, like Nightmare Dungeon sigils. You can make monsters hit harder. You can give them more health, more crowd control. And I heard you say that the decisions that you make before you go into the encounter should matter more because it's an ARPG. It's about hunting loot. It's about getting powerful. And then you go in and you have a big advantage and you finally overcome the difficulty. And another thing that I heard you guys say is when you guys introduce very difficult events like the Avatar of Zir, for example, when you properly advertise it as something that's very difficult, you didn't get any negative backlash or too much negative backlash for the difficulty of it because it was properly labeled. So with that huge preface in mind, my question is do you guys have plans in the future of Diablo 4 to build in these very difficult encounters that do require skill, that do require you to go in and with an event or with a boss, learn their mechanics, and that is going to be another supplement besides getting gear to winning? Thoughts on that?
Yeah, sure. So I can just I'll start off. So yeah, everything we talked about yesterday, you just did a good job of covering again. I appreciate that. But when we think about what the future of aspirational content needs to look like in the game, we do want to leave opportunities for this kind of like mechanically complex content for players to engage with, and we experiment with it in a few different ways. So I don't think that like the Echo Lilith encounter, it's a really good example of us diving really hard into mechanical mastery, where we expect players to really have to be very, very active in terms of their dodges in order to survive. But we do want to continue to experiment with these ideas and try more things, particularly when they are advertised in the appropriate place. Adam, do you have thoughts on this?
Yeah, originally I did, and it was like a very long-winded answer. But I don't want to take up too much time on this. I guess what I'll say is, um, everything kind of exists on a spectrum when we're talking about things like difficulty or a lot of game design topics and ideas. Like in this spectrum, in my mind, it's like, how hard should the theme be versus
The ultra bait,
how much should your gear going
not
into it
bait.
matter, right? Um, I think we're still trying to find out what the best answer is for the things that are really, really hard, like Uber Lilith or these crazy difficult fights. One of the things that we're doing in season 4 that we started doing in Beyond, that one of our encounter designers came up with a great idea, was adding this. I think you've probably seen our racks, but that stacking debuff idea, where you can screw up getting hit by a wave a couple times, but then after that, you're probably just going to get one shot and die. And so that gives us this kind of happy medium between pure one shot mechanics and things where you have to be perfect in your dexterity versus the other way where you can just like outgear everything. Um, there's some other things I could go into of like, the difference of the most powerful and least power or mid-powerful builds and how we do difficulty. Or maybe we'll get that a different answer, but that's the TLDR. I think we're still trying to figure out what is best for our game and what our players like. In my heart of hearts, I'm more like you, Rax. I love the very, very crazy hard things. I don't mind one shots personally in my games, but I don't think it's best for this game.
Yeah. It's
For
not
the people that
millennia.
we have play it. Yeah, I don't think that it's best long term, but having a little bit of that kind of stuff sometimes I think is okay. I think it's more how much and
Yeah,
how
first
we introduce it
iteration
and
of
how we frame
Lilith
it to people.
just gave you stacks over time from the blood
That's the
boils,
simple
not from getting
answer.
hit.
So
Okay, so kind of like one thing that you guys are liking is kind
It
of
was
like
just
the
like an image
soft
timer, basically.
enrages, where over time, eventually it gets so difficult that you're eventually going to lose.
Yeah,
I'm
Final
trying
Fantasy
that
14
now,
does
yeah.
a good job with this as well. Like they have this idea, like if you mess up a mechanic, you're gonna get stacking debuff, and it can escalate and get worse and worse as the fight goes on. It's an interesting way to allow for some mistakes to occur, and for some learning to happen, but really like and to punish you, but not immediately spike you and end the encounter.
Awesome. So one thing that some other games doing is they release roadmaps of kind of like in the same topic of Endgame of things that Callie, stop it, sit down. Sorry about that. So for Diablo 4, will we ever see roadmaps come out kind of showing like detailing what might be coming in the next 6 months to a year? I know that there's some challenges with that. Like if you guys change your mind, then like the community gets really mad at you. What are your thoughts on that?
I think it's important that the community knows that we are identifying problems, and that we are listening, as I've said before. And I think that a roadmap does a good job of expressing some of this information, but it does, to your point, it does lock us into a schedule. So I think that we're kind of like thinking about how we want to
I think it's 1
approach
hour.
like explaining these sorts of things. Like you'll recall back in like season 2, I mentioned at the very end of actually between when we were wrapping up season 2 and AOZ was out and we were getting ready to begin talking about season 3, I mentioned that we had identified a lot of itemization issues and things that we wanted to make like upgrades to and make a number of updates, which turned into the Season of Loot Reborn in season 4. I wanted to make it clear that we identified a lot of the issues that the players have been talking to us about for a while, but we weren't able to like immediately resolve those sorts of things. So I don't want. One thing when I occasionally see from players when they see a long roadmap is they'll see something that they care deeply about it, like really, really towards the end of a year, and they'll ask like, well, do they not think this is important? Do they not care about this? And I think that there's a way for us to talk about these things that players feel that they have confidence, like that we are looking at these problems and we do have plans. So I think we're just working through exactly the way that we want to approach this.
Wow, that's roadmaps.
Yeah,
That's
I think
true. That's
I'll
up
chime in
one
a little
too.
bit. One of the things that you're going to hear as a constant theme
Nothing
from
wrong with them, I
me
think.
and other designers say this with different words, but there's this idea that there's rarely really perfect solutions. There's really only trade-offs in the world, and this actually comes from an economic term that says that there's never solutions, only trade-offs. But when you ask us things like, why don't you do X or Y, or why don't you provide roadmaps? The way that our brains immediately go is, well, there's pros and cons, and which decision is best, trying to get the most pros that we can with the least cons that we can, right? A simple example with roadmaps is the pro of roadmap is everybody's on the same page. We show that, hey, we care about these things and the community knows what to expect, right? Obviously, that is a desirable thing to do. But there's big cons that maybe we have that you don't see, and this is where most design discussions end up, of people asking us, well, what do you think as developers? Is that we try to explain the cons to you so you understand the full picture. The cons of a roadmap is we're locked in now. We've promised things to you that we may not be able to do for whatever reason when things end up changing down the road, right? Life has a way of screwing with your plans, especially when you try to plan things more long term. This isn't just true with game design, but anything. So we try to make promises and keep promises. Like one of my things I'm really passionate about as a designer is when it comes to interacting with the community, making promises and then keeping them. So I'm extremely careful of the promises that I mean, this is just my strategy of how to build trust with people and the community and just life in general, is I'm very careful of what promises I make, and then I make damn sure when I do that I keep them. And so to do that, the longer our roadmap goes out, the higher chance we're not going to keep those promises. Some things, for example, that we've seeded in the past, I remember it was either our season 1 or season 2 campfire chat. I made a list of things that our team wants to do longer term. One of those things on those lists was making scaling mechanics for legendaries that kind of suck. And we finally were doing that in season 4, right? You know, your earthquake legendaries, all of those, we finally made them scale with your weapon to make the damage go up. I also talked about at the time, and we haven't delivered on this yet, in my opinion, but making ultimates meaningful and scale in a similar way. It's on our radar. It's something I want to do. Haven't done it yet. I didn't give a date because I don't know when the date is, because our timelines and schedules and priorities change quite a bit based on community feedback. You know, if I had made the promise like, hey, we're definitely fixing ultimates, then Loot Reborn wouldn't have happened because I have to spend my team's time on doing that other thing. But this other thing came up that I think is way more important for the game. And that's just kind of how the nature of our job goes.
Thank you for the super detailed answer. And that is a perfect segue into my next question. It's kind of like an edition of Mythbusters, kind of. So a lot of people in the community, a lot of the people that are angry in the community about, you know, whatever it is they're angry about at the time, they say that
they're passionate about something.
Passionate.
Right? Very passionate.
That's the word we're looking for.
Constructively passionate, yeah.
Yeah, constructively passionate.
So one thing that they have like the meme video of you guys saying feedback, feedback, feedback. And then on the internet from a bunch of different angles, they say Blizzard doesn't listen to feedback. They don't do anything. They don't even test their game. We're their beta testers, da, 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 da. So I wanted to ask you guys, could you give us some insights into how your team actually processes and internalizes feedback? Is it like concatenated for you and you guys have a meeting and you discuss it like that? How do you guys go about testing things internally to kind of debunk all of these myths that you guys are just working by yourselves and never listening to anything, which we know is not true?
You want to go first, Joe, or?
Yeah, I think we both probably have different things we want to say about this. So I think that the point on feedback, I think you're that's being brought up, there's like kind of two things. Like one, are the designers in a corner entirely by themselves, like just making decisions with no information being given to them? And the other version is like, is the team listening to the community, right? And then how do we process these sorts of things, right? So starting from does the team listen to the community like side of this thing?
I think they were. It's just the game developed in a direction that is not
everything
good for Ultimates.
It's getting posted on Reddit. We're getting everything that's posted on the forums. We're going through our socials on a regular basis. We have teams of people like Adam Fletcher, you know, the community director. He's going through and like kind of gathering a lot of this information for us. And in places where like I personally can't read every thread in every social media site, right?
You can't?
But I can't, because there's other things I also do as part of my job, but I do read a lot of stuff, right? And a lot of things get sent to me. So a lot of that stuff can get like kind of pulled together for like reporting purposes and brought to us, right? And I think that's really, really useful. We also have a lot of internal feedback that we get from the team. Like, so when we start working on something, we were able to like kind of give a presentation to the overall dev team to get an idea of what we're trying to do. We have regular play tests where like a large group of people all get a chance to kind of give us feedback on a regular basis, and we can keep checking in with them as time goes on. So that's I think that's a starting point for these things, but it's really important to us that we are like hearing things from the community, because that's kind of telling us like are the changes that we're making right now, are they effective? Like, are people having a good time with these things? Because we can look at all kinds of data to determine things, but like hearing what people talk about is also really, really important. When players have needs that aren't met, you know, it's our job to find ways to kind of like bridge the gap there and make sure that they're being heard and the game is going to be more fun for them. But Alan, what do you want to talk about?
Yeah. So firstly, I would say different game companies, different teams, and even different teams within a bigger team have different cultures and ideas and ways that they process feedback. So I'll tell you what I do on my team and kind of what D4 kind of does as a larger team, right? So on the live team, we are probably the most interactive with feedback because we're doing the live changes. We have to be very connected to the game to make good decisions. So I give this speech a lot to the people in my group of your job as a designer is to go and find the problems with the game, and then you are the filter when the community comes in and brings up things, whether it's a streamer giving things. I post things all the time from streamers. I post things all the time from Reddit threads. I post things all the time from our forums. Anywhere that you can go out and go, and also personal play experience. Nothing replaces that as well. So we actually dedicate every day at least some amount of time that everybody in my group is either playing an internal build of future things coming out in the game, which I'm playing through season 5 right now and I'm really far in it, or they're playing their live character in the live game because you need to understand the game and understand the problems. And the way that I do things, and what I've been trying to tell my team, and I think we're pretty good at, is while you are parsing all of this feedback, and playing the game yourself, you keep a running list of notes of crap that sucks that you want to make better, or ideas that other people had that you think are good ideas that you want to make better. Now, of course, not every idea is equal, right? You don't copy every Reddit thread and every single thing that someone says. We are the filter of trying to figure out. Remember, I talked about those no perfect solutions, only trade-offs. This is where we're like, hey, they brought up an idea, we think it's good. Now we need to explore if that can actually work in the game. And this is where we come up with our list of things and priorities that we're going to do. That's a starting point. That's one of a few starting points. The first starting point is, community feedback, our own play experience. Another one is telemetry. That's just a fancy word for data. We have the ability to see data all over the game of how many people are equipping different legendary aspects, how many people are engaging with certain types of content. We can see what's working, what's not working, what people are actually doing versus what they say. Usually what they say will match what people are doing, but there's a mismatch, then we have to have a discussion of like, hey, how important is this actually? And then another way is internal testing tools. Again, we have groups that give us presentations and people who their job is to look through data and do focus sessions and all kinds of other fancy tricks to come up with stories and understanding.
People might just be wrong about things they believe.
What they're doing and how they work. And they give us presentations on different topics that we're interested in, or they find their own topics of things that maybe we didn't think of.
The famous treasure goblin example.
And then last but not least, we have internal people. We have a big team of people working on this game, and we have certain feedback avenues via emails or channels that we give feedback to each other, because on new stuff, we can't rely on telemetry or the community or all those other things. And that's where things are a lot harder. I think Joe went into this yesterday a little more deeper, so I'll just gloss over it. But this idea that Diablo is a freaking huge game that takes forever to play and really truly understand because our systems are so interconnected. So there is no substitute for actually going through that 80+ hour experience and playing everything. The part that makes that really hard, and where I think the community gives us a hard time sometimes, I think a little bit of it is warranted, but it's a cursed problem is what I call it, which is another concept I'll go into later, is that to really test our game, you need to spend your life playing our game in many ways, or a lot of time, more hours than what you normally would expect someone to work at a job, right? So we can't tell people, hey, you must spend all your life playing this game, but also, by the way, you have to design and create the new things too, right? So that means that internally, it is really hard to play test the full amount of our game as a designer. We have to rely on, we have people in QA and other play testers that do play this content. We either direct them of things we want to test and play, or they just find things on their own that they think, hey, they bring it up to us like, hey, we think this is a problem, and we have to parse that. But there isn't enough time for a single designer or every designer to play the game fully all the time, but we do still play it a good amount, and we use those internal feedback mechanisms to make things the best that they can. And this is where I think there is that little disconnect sometimes with the community where, yeah, we would love to polish things and play it. Now, I would love to play Season 5 200 hours before it comes out. I only get it for, 50 hours, right? And we have to use our guts and existing ideas and telemetry to figure out if the decisions we make are right. And then we use, after we launch the game, to really fine tune and make it perfect, right? And that's kind of the overall process of how things work.
Yeah, one last thing I want to add here too is that even when we're just thinking about like a feature, like we're talking about like adding one thing, like something like the pit, for example, good example, because it's gonna be new coming out in season 4. If you sit down and you play the pit for an hour one day, you're going to feel a certain way about your experience playing the pit. You're going to feel differently if you play that for 2 hours a day, 5 days straight. And you experience it through that entire process. You're going to have a different relationship with the content at that point. And players are going to go, 10, 20x that number by the time they're done playing in the season potentially. So like it's really, really important that we get the reps in on these features to make sure that they're really resonating and they're singing, they're doing everything they need to do, right? So I think if there's there's a lot of truth to everything that Adam's talking about. Everything is a lot of trade-offs. There's a lot of things we need to do. And this kind of links with the PTR. The PTR feedback for season 4 was hugely valuable because now suddenly we're able to like take what we already know about the season and then multiply that like 10, 20, 50 fold as we get tons of players going in, checking things out, not just from the telemetry, but also just in the feedback we're getting from content creators, from players themselves. Like we've got a lot of really good data for that. So it's been very useful for the same reasons that Adam talks about.
Yeah.
I mean, go ahead. Sorry. No, go ahead.
One last real quick thing is this is where you get things that seem obvious to players that were bad ideas, but sounded like really good ideas when we're sitting in a room talking about it. A simple example I'll give in season 4 is when you temper your items or things, and there's like a really nice thing that plays, and you can see it, it's visual, but you can't skip it easily, right? That kind of stuff is where sometimes things fall through the cracks of, hey, doing this 2,000 times is actually terrible because you got to wait forever. Versus, well, we want to have a moment of celebration and for the cool thing to be cool. Balancing these things is what can be harder to do internally. Where obviously we've messed up enough times, and this is true for every game company, so I'm not afraid to admit it. But like, we've made that mistake enough times that now we're very cognizant of it. Like, we make a new feature or a new activity, like, hey, how does this feel if you're doing it for 200 hours? Is this still going to be something that people want to go through, right? That's a question now that we ask all the time. But even then, there are times where we have to kill otherwise good ideas, or we have to flex a little bit because we do need some presentation or some tutorialization or some other thing to balance
Wudijo seems to play 40 hours in one day on release.
Experience a little bit worse, right?
I mean,
the answer is not always so obvious, I guess, but we are receptive to like when the community tells us clearly, hey, no, we want it to be this way. We're going to do it that way.
I mean, it was a lot of great points. I mean, I'm very glad that I asked that question because the thing that is refreshing to me, the thing that I wanted to hear more than anything is that you guys have a chance to actually play through the game, and not only to hear that you guys play the game as almost part of the job description, but it sounds like you actually put a big effort into that. I mean, that makes me feel great, honestly. That's so great to hear. I'm so glad that's part of the process.
I mean, what do you expect?
Talking about some of the current modes in the game. Let's talk about, you talked about yesterday the state of Nightmare Dungeons. CJ did a ton of iteration on it. Now we can teleport to them. You just buffed Glyph XP. You said that you'd like to add more fun things to do to them in the future. You guys made events better now. I saw goblin packs, I think, on the PTR. When you put the vampire ambushes, that was good. You reduced the cast time down to 0.75 seconds. So we're going to have new things coming out for it. My question is going forward, it looks like you guys made a ton of qualitative changes to it. Like you just make it a little bit easier to access all of these different things rather than riding around on your pony to every single thing and everything takes forever.
See you in the corner.
When you are designing future things, is that kind of at the front of your mind with things like, oh, maybe at Nightmare Dungeons, we can carry multiple objects? Because if there's 2 rocks and 2 pedestals, if you go rock, rock, you're guaranteed to backtrack. I mean, I have 2 hands. And then have you thought about reducing the cast time even further? I know that one comment was if the cast time is so low, then people may not even see that they interacted with something, but maybe that could be updated via like a little quest thing. Oh, quest, pick up 2 rocks. Oh, it highlights. Oh, now pick up 1 rock. And another part of it was, it's not just that I have a problem freeing prisoners. I have a problem going to Dead Man's Dredge, and the quest objective is I have to free 7 prisoners. Like, how many people got caught here? Is qualitative stuff still at the front of your mind when you're iterating on these things and in the future events that you're going to make?
So I think that there's a couple different pieces to pick apart here, right? So with Nightmare Dungeons, they're building upon the dungeons we had in Diablo 4, right? And these were supposed to be these really like kind of interesting little content things you could find all over the world.
It's like 20 minutes.
It all had little bits of like environmental storytelling, objective-based storytelling, some side quests point to these dungeons as well. And we want players to feel like they're going on a little bit of an adventure when they go into these. We didn't initially make the content in these spaces to feel like they were just like blast corridors, if that makes sense, right? Yeah. So I think that as we think about what different players are looking for and what we can do to improve the experience for everybody, we don't want to lose the kind of like the contextual and like fantasy underpinnings of what players are doing when they go into these spaces. To your point, like, it's not that you hate freeing prisoners. No, but you don't like that it might take 0.75 seconds to do it is one question maybe, and then there's another one where it's like we don't want to free 7. So you kind of want it to be like a faster, more punchy experience, but it's not that you don't like having to click those objects as part of your experience going through a dungeon. I think that like there's an expectation when players are like doing some of these actions that there is a response. So having just a quest tick for some things, I'm not saying that this is we would only ever make this decision. And a quest tick for things like freeing a prisoner, it is feedback. Is it as impactful as having the moment where you get to see your character unbind on the binds? I'm not so sure, but in the end, is that value? It's to Adam's point earlier about it's about making trade-offs. Is the idea for the player who does care about like kind of going slowly through the space and trying to find the collectibles and trying to do all these things? For that player, is it going to be a big miss for them if they click on stuff and just kind of like has a quick update, doesn't feel like anything really changed? So it's sort of like where we want to optimize things. I think when you look at content like the pit, and it's a lot of things we did in Helltide as well. We've made a lot of attempts to try to make sure that the content feels like there is less friction, as you're going through. So like when you get into a flow state that you're happy with, that you can kind of maintain that pace. So, and we made a number of changes you already called out to Nightmare Dungeons to also kind of support this. So I think it's a question of like how much further do we want to go within Nightmare Dungeons specifically, right? Because I think we've already said that we're looking at this for other pieces of content. I don't know where we're going to fall necessarily for the channel time for clicking on objects and freeing them. It could be that it comes down a little bit lower. It could be that we decide we want to make changes to make it more instantaneous. We haven't really made a decision. We'll continue to be looking at feedback as we play, and also from like different players. Like players who are just playing Diablo 4 for the first time want to kind of hear what their experience is like as well.
Awesome. So here's kind of like maybe a huge question, but asked very directly. So what is kind of the future of the overworld in Diablo 4? When we first released, it was kind of the main thing. You used it to do everything, and kind of the first experience was that 50 to 100 grind. Now 1 to 100 is much easier, and the focus is probably, enjoying that journey, going to the pit, and anything in the future that you're going to release. A lot of the things that seem to come out, though, the abattoir and the challenge rift thing and the pit, they're all instanced things. Are there big plans for the overworld? Is that still like the defining characteristic of Diablo 4, or are we moving away from that?
So Diablo 4 and the fact that we have this like big contiguous sanctuary is still a really big part of Diablo 4. I think that we want to continue to expand the landmass and the areas where players can explore. That's still an important part of things. But in terms of how players are engaging with the experience overall, we do expect that one of the downsides of the open world is that it's a fixed layout, right? So if we think about like the sorts of things that players like to play in a like a replayable content fashion, right? It's not normally in place where you like really want to keep running through exactly the same glade in the fracture piece or exactly the same area, of Kazakhstan. Like it's usually you're trying to like find like different things to kind of engage with. And like,
you can just make people go different routes, right? This is kind of like Whispers are supposed to do it. The thing is that Whispers are just kind of boring.
There's lots of things happening in Helltides. They're pretty procedural in terms of how things are
spawned in,
challenging. Like what sorts of events you might find as you're kind of wandering around.
Imagine we had like a level 200 open world.
Create different experiences. We have that really more in other systems. But I think this is like going back to some things I talked about the other day. There's sort of like the experience that a player has. Diablo is a big game, right? And I don't say that to suggest that anyone's needs are less important. Just that there are a lot of different needs. Different players have different expectations. So when some players come into Diablo, like they're here because they want to go through like this epic story. They want to play they really want to play a sorceress, and they want to like see what happens to Lilith. They want to go explore they want to find all the things in all the zones, and they want to get really, really powerful. And then they're gonna take a break until the expansion comes out. That's just the way that they sort of play these games. That's how they play, right? Yeah. For those players, these moments as they explore the world, it's really, really important because that's their experience with Diablo. It's like their exploration of the overworld, them going and finding all these side quests, talking to all these characters, and that's their relationship with the game. For players who play seasonally, it's once you've kind of like uncovered all the map locations, once you've found all these things and done this stuff, there's not usually a lot of reasons why you want to go and have that same moment of discovery again. You can't really recreate it. We talked for a while about like moving Lilith statues around season to season, so you'd have to collect them again. It's another one of my brilliant ideas.
That's actually what I expected would happen.
Of course, right? But like,
when
the
the game came out.
idea of like every season we'd move where the Lilith statues could be found, so players would have to go find them again. But then the next conversation is immediately like, well, okay, so people are going to go onto Maximal or whatever, and they're going to go immediately see where the node map is for the next set of Alter Lilith. They're going to then that's now their new homework they have to do at the beginning of every season. They have to run around on their horse and go collect every single one of these. And it's like, is that fun? No, clearly not for that player. But it wasn't that it was necessarily horrible the first time players do this. Like,
what if the altars are per character?
Open world game anyway. It's kind of like exploration and finding things. So
randomized.
I know that I'm getting to go long, but so I think that the underpinning point here is that the overworld of Diablo 4 is still really, really important. As we think about how to make the best use of it for like replayable content, you know, Helltide's a good example of this. Blood Harvest is really helpful for kind of giving us some, like, ideas of what players are really excited about, things that we could do better, like the kind of light social gameplay, summoning creatures and things. And I think we have other ideas we continue to explore in that direction. I think Legion events and boss events are things we can continue to like kind of iterate on and think more about, you know. But I think that in terms of creating like really compelling replayable content, I think it's going to end up being in more of the spaces where you have like more procedural control over how like the dungeon is formulated or like what players can expect to encounter, as opposed to these more fixed outdoor locations. Does that answer your question?
Yeah. So I guess
laughing at me. I didn't answer the question.
No. These are such in-depth answers. I'm just scared. I'm looking over at my questions. I'm trying to figure out how to skip around for all of them. So I'm
so sorry.
No. So the main takeaway that I'm getting there is the overworld is a super important part of a first player's experience, discovering everything. But then it's hard to recreate that magic for the people that come season to season to season, and that's why it goes more to instanced stuff. Is kind of, I guess, the summary of it.
That's reasonable.
Yeah, I think we're also just on a regular basis looking for new ways to engage with the open world in ways that are going to be fun for seasonal players as well. Like, so we're continuing to find, like, just experimenting with things, see what makes it like fun and new for players.
Okay, I promised I would ask this. So there might be a player out there that you guys have heard of and have maybe added, I don't know, hundreds of hours of overtime to the team. Rob, and
yeah,
Rob. You're familiar.
That's a little familiar. Yeah.
So
good guy, that Rob. Love Rob.
He is a good guy. He had two questions about the pit. These are probably a little bit more straightforward, but I guess for endgame activities, do you guys ever think about or worry about, I guess, fishing? So like, it gets to a point in the pit where, oh, you're fishing for the right mob type, or you're fishing for the right boss, and then you just leave, kind of like what happened in Diablo 3. Or, oh, I'm going to go get Ahavarion and hopefully that it procs the amazing shrine for me so then I can finally win. And do you guys, off the top of your head, know about how much the health in the pit was buffed by? And I'm guessing that the main idea for there is not only to add difficulty, but to actually, because when you were going through the pit, the builds are so strong that you delete the rift part of it in 2 minutes, like clockwork every time, and the monsters don't even get to do anything. So I assume like the part of the reason for buffing it is to actually even let them get a hit on you and see what they even do.
Yeah, I can take the first part of the question at least. I mean, I can take both too, if Joe wants to take the other part. So talking about fishing. Yes, fishing for stuff keeps me up at night, and I hate the problem, and it's a really hard problem to solve. Remember that rarely perfect solutions, only trade-offs thing, right? So this very much applies to this type of problem, right? A core thing that we want in our game
talking about D4
is, and when it comes to combat and effects and legendary powers and unique powers and whatever, is we want to push the envelope, make cool shit, right? So on one end of the spectrum, you need to make cool stuff, right? And that involves doing things that aren't necessarily completely deterministic, because I think completely deterministic things, after a while, get kind of boring, right? When you know that you're going to get this effect, or it's up all the time, or you do this and get this. Like, we do it a lot, by the way, so I'm not saying that's not a good design, but just... Yeah. You need to have some spiciness, some really cool, crazy things, right?
Yes.
And that unique, uber unique power is one of those. On the flip side, though, it means that when you make really hard content, doing things like wanting to make cool stuff, fishing gets in the way of that a lot of times, especially in randomly generated content, which is what, you know, the pit is in many ways. So that is why we have to do things that by the way, we as designers don't like removing the fun shrines or the things that are going to break, because then you just find the shrines that, you know, break the game.
You don't know these three people that are right now on the screen?
This is a core thing about ARPGs that,
what's wrong with you?
in my opinion, after working on it now for years, and I've been involved in pretty much every game genre extensively as a player and many as a designer, I think ARPGs are one of the hardest, if not the hardest, genre to design for. MMOs are really high up there too. There's a lot of other genres I think are very difficult, but ARPGs are a special slice of awfulness when it comes to trying to make things fun and also make them interesting. And this is one of the reasons why. So as far as like this exact design of the spear, we're keeping it in for now. I would be very sad if we had to redesign it, because it's the only way to get through high pit tiers. That would make me personally sad, but because that is the most difficult thing to do, we may have to make a tweak to it, but we're not doing it yet. We're going to see how it plays out. But I think that the conversation is more interesting of conceptually, like, you know, is this a problem? Yes, absolutely. Does it mean that we can't do things that would otherwise be cool and awesome for your average player? Yes, absolutely. But we also think it's best for the game, because I think fishing for the right tile set, the right mob, like restarting a thing over and over to be able to progress is not fun. And therefore we have to design the rest of our game knowing that that is a thing.
Yeah, just adding to that too, like I think that, you know, we definitely see fishing as a problem, so much so that we built the gauntlet, you know, for the trials feature with fishing specifically as the thing we're trying to account for.
Combo counter
said, all right,
completion.
if we have a competitive content feature players are going to engage with,
not the worst idea,
then players aren't really competing until they find exactly the right seed that they manage to roll to compete against, because that's the actual optimal seed that they need to compete on.
Yeah.
It's only against this monster family, or only with this dungeon tile layout, or only with this like these set of shrines.
Yeah, that's what happened in AOZ basically.
So instead what we did is we made a highly deterministic content type that changed every week. And players went to it and said, like, well, why is it so fixed? Like, this is boring. Like, I want something that's different and changes every time. But then you kind of fall back to that same point that I have brought up about like the trade-offs for all the problems that we have. Then we have to decide, like, all right, so are we okay with the idea that like players are going to go into a gauntlet run, and they're going to have a wildly disparate experience potentially between person A and person B, and they are just continually running the content over and over again in the hopes they eventually get a good seed, and that might be the way that they're able to place, because the difference could potentially be vast between one thing and the next. So it's it's a complicated space, something we definitely think about. The other part of your question was what do we do about the
it's not useful to 99% of the players.
Scaling in the pit.
This is why the interview is done as an interview, not as a campfire, I guess.
Big changes there. So basically, what was happening in the PTR is that monster health scaling was pretty mild in the pit going through the first 100 levels. It was basically virtually nil, you know, from level 100 on, more or less, right? So we ended up putting it in a place where like the tier 200 pit is like, okay, so like around tier 150 pit is like close to where AOZ was, you know, for like tier 25 AOZ runs, and tier 200 goes beyond that. So it's pretty considerable. The scaling has been increased.
Okay.
We still want it to be gradual as you're kind of progressing through, because we want you to feel that you have a place to push. It's not like because AOZ was 25 tiers, extremely chunky when you went from tier to tier as you got deeper and deeper inside. Here it's a little more gradual as you go further and further, and we think that that's going to be good experience overall. Because it's ultimately a lot of the materials you really want from the pit you can gain by the time you're like doing like tier 60s. You start to get like little bits of the new iron that you need to kind of start finishing off your masterwork items, and then that gets more and more efficient as you go deeper and deeper, you know. But but we do want to have these like really difficult challenges. We made a decision at the launch period of the game where we took Nightmare Dungeons difficulty and we kind of scaled it in a different way, you know, whereas like initially they were extremely challenging going up to tier 100, and we ended up making a reduction in their difficulty going into season 1, where we basically rebalanced things such that like the tier 75 old Nightmare Dungeon was the new tier 100 Nightmare Dungeon, and players no longer had that measuring stick, that really difficult content anymore, because we kind of took it away. We want that to still be there in the pit.
I mean, I think if tier 200 is far beyond abattoir of 0.25, especially with some of like the balancing and the bug fixes to a lot of different builds, I don't know, maybe I'm wrong, but I expect that to be pretty challenging. I don't think people are going to do that as a cakewalk. Okay, so we have 8 minutes left. I already cut off my timer. There's no way I can get to 99% of these questions. So how do we feel about maybe doing a little rapid fire?
Let's
Just
do it.
Okay.
Sure. Yeah.
This was talked about yesterday, if I remember correct. This was so these are the top questions from YouTube. So I promised I would ask them. So here we go. This was the #1 question by far, and it was touched on a little bit yesterday. Is there an armory coming? I heard yesterday, I think if I quote you correctly, you said that armory is great. The team likes it.
And they talked about like 3 times already.
Will an armory be coming to Diablo 4 so we can save our builds? If you can answer it.
Yeah, I mean, this is a problem that I think that
I can't find a build on Maxwell made by wudijo.
We're in the business of trying to solve.
Look further down on the tier list.
It's a thing we're really excited about. It's a thing we would like to do.
What do you expect?
That's all I can say right now.
They're excited about it, guys. Okay. There's lots of different ways to expand the game, and as Joe put it yesterday, different slices of the pizza to give you power. Again, from YouTube, it seems like the most requested way that people would like to expand power or change their builds is to have the skill tree expanded. Is that something that we can look forward to at some point coming to Diablo 4? Is the team passionate about expanding the skill tree in multiple ways? Maybe you even give us an ultimate button so we can get another skill.
Oh my god, not again. Ultimate button.
Yeah, I'll take this.
For Rain of Arrows and Shadow Clone.
I would say we have nothing to announce about big updates to the skill tree. It is a little bit more of a complicated problem because we want the skill tree to remain as an easy gateway for new players and returning players to come back and kind of know what that is. And we didn't want the complexity and heft of our game to be there. So it comes with some nasty trade-offs that I'm not sure that we're willing to make, but we are open to the idea of adding some more depth to the skill tree, but we don't want it to be super complicated.
It's not going to be the PoE encyclopedia.
We don't want that, at least not for our
like. Why do people always compare the skill tree to PoE passive tree? Like the Paragon is the PoE passive tree. That's already there.
With the skill tree in testing, I think it would be very surprising to you and your audience.
They take all the generators and max them to 5.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
and other things like that. It's a tougher problem than I think a lot of people give it credit for, and I don't know that the juice is worth the squeeze if we go too far. But hearing that people want more, we've heard that.
People don't know about Paragon, yeah. Like, it's so weird. Like, the skill tree, like, I think the skill tree is actually really well designed because it's so easy to use it and get into the game.
Let people just resummon these bosses without resetting the instance, because that eats up a lot of time for the people that do want to farm up a bunch of things and kill some bosses.
Well, not anymore.
Yeah, this is a really good idea. There's a lot of things that get cleaned up when players reset a dungeon that makes it a lot easier for us to do this in the first place. Let me take that back to the team. I don't know that we've talked deeply about like exactly when we could deliver something like this, but we definitely see it as something that you can improve. So yeah, we'll take that back.
All right. Last one from YouTube here. Will the campaign receive further attention? So first of all, obviously, probably the story continues with the expansion, but another way is currently when you start up a new season of Diablo, you can go through the campaign again if you want, or you can probably now go farm in Helltide, and the Helltide is going to level you 1,000,000 times faster for 1,000,000 more rewards. It's not close at all. And some games force you to do the campaign. Some games in Diablo 4 you don't have to. Have you guys thought about maybe editing the campaign slightly for a replay, maybe taking out like the camel escort for example, and maybe benchmarking how long does it take to do a campaign just normally playing? What is it, 3 hours, 4 hours? I don't know what it would be. And then benchmarking what it would be to do it in Helltide and kind of have them at the same point at the end of those journeys to allow players a real choice in how they want to start out their new season, because the campaign was such a fan favorite on the launch and it was very well done.
Sure. So I think that there is the Quest team has a lot of really cool ideas of things that you want to do to allow for players to like replay the campaign or to make it to kind of edit it a little bit in some ways like you suggest. I think that it's a thing that we're thinking about as we go, but we know that we want to make sure that we are prioritizing the piece of the game that need work first, if that makes sense. Like, I think that the idea of being able to replay a campaign is very, very exciting. And I think there's really neat things we can do. And we do have plans in the future for this stuff as well. I don't want to like make it sound like we're not committing to anything here. We kind of do want to do something like this. It's just that there's a lot of other like replay features, like Helltide, for example, that we thought we're in a great position to like lift up and make feel like more exciting for players. So that's been more of a priority for us. But I do think that there's opportunities there for sure.
Something there I want to point out, and this would help when the community is discussing things or when you even are with us, is this idea of opportunity cost. I don't know if you know what. Are you familiar with that term, Rax?
Yeah, economics.
Maybe
Yeah.
not.
Give
Yeah,
up something
okay.
to gain something else.
Cool. Then I don't have to explain it. But yeah, the opportunity cost comes very heavy into play when we talk about features and suggestions and things from players. I think a lot of times it can be frustrating as a member of a community, because I'm a member of gaming communities too, so I know how it is. Like, hey, you know, this thing, it sounds like a good idea and we all agree it's a good idea. Why don't the devs do it right away? And most of the time when that is true, it's because of opportunity costs. It's either opportunity costs or something that you didn't realize makes it harder than it seems. But opportunity costs, here it's like, do we do loot reborn? Do we redo how all the loot works in the game and your entire leveling experience with our updates to Helltide? Or do we make the campaign have parity with not doing campaign to level up, right? Now, having campaign have parity to non-campaign obviously is a good thing, but I would argue very heavily that loot being better in a loot-based game is more important and impacts more people in a better way, in a more long-term way. And then the list goes long and long forever of the things that you could do versus what you have to decide to do. And then the other part, kind of alluding to your last question about resummoning bosses, is that I would say in that one, like, yeah, obviously, good idea, better player experience. In there, I would say the reason why we're not doing it, just knowing how the game works a little bit more, is our game wasn't structured that way, and we have to do a lot of things to make it structured that way. And the answer to actually do it is harder than most people would think, and that is why. Both of these things are obviously good ideas that we would want. There's different reasons why we haven't done them yet. Doesn't mean they won't happen, but it means that it's why they're not happening now or yet. And that's a better way to frame it when people are talking to each other. It's like, hey, what should the Diablo 4 team do first or now? Or, hey, maybe this is a little bit harder. Could you explain why it's harder? Would be a good question for an interviewer, for example, right? Because then you're going to get actual insight into why rather than just complaining that it's not happening.
Are you providing Rax feedback on this?
I might be giving feedback on feedback. That's part of my job too. But I like productive conversations is why. And I think the community would rather have more productive conversations than their only avenue is to complain and not know why things aren't working the way that they want them to.
I think people want to know how things work. I think that makes sense.
They want to know how things work. I want to educate people so that we can have better conversations about games.
I mean, I'm a loser, guys. I'm always here if you guys ever want to talk, which we're actually at time. I have one
more.
All right. I mean, probably the one that I'm just going to ask a 15-part question then to abuse the one more. I guess
I love it. Gamer at heart.
Probably the most important one that's still left on the list is about social features. So I have three main topics of I can't believe how many questions I put here. That was so stupid of me. I mean, there's no chance at all. Anyway, social features. So there's three main things: trading, group finder, clans. So with trading, what are your guys' thoughts on putting an auction house-esque type of thing just to allow trading and to avoid third-party sites? Obviously not a real money auction house. People are begging for a group finder. I don't know why. People have cooties. I'd rather play by myself, but I guess people want it. And then clans, I understand there's a big difficulty with clans, not just implementing them. Like, they were implemented in Diablo 3, but Diablo 3 clans mean absolutely nothing. It's just a second friends list. There's no achievements to do. There's nothing to unlock. There's nothing to work toward. But then if you put that in the game, opportunity cost, the economic principle we keep talking about, then if you build that in the game, then people have to belong to a clan. And otherwise they feel left out, which then leads me to another one of my million questions about SSF, but whatever. So for social features, trading, group finder, clans, what are your guys' thoughts on those three for Diablo 4?
Let's get going. So for trading, okay? Trading in Season 4, players can trade legendaries and uniques. They're still going to have to like go and actually meet up to do those trades. There's not going to be an automated trading function. There are things we're talking about with regards to like the trade chat channel to make it a little bit easier to navigate. In terms of like creating like an actual auction house user interface, it's a thing the team has discussed, but it's not a thing we've landed on. We really want to see what the reaction is from players in Season 4 and what the experience is broadly for players in Season 4. How many players are actually trading? You know, because I imagine there's going to be, it'll be different for different types of players, right? But I think there could potentially be room for an investment there because we don't want to just push players just to like third-party sites. But we were at a point where we're like, well, do we really want to like go and make a whole? It would be opportunity cost would be a big investment to go make an auction house for Diablo 4, for example, without knowing exactly what the desire for it is going to be, and we didn't want to like wait to like let some of these things be tradable in the meantime. So that's the high-level version. We're not opposed to it. We want to see how things go in Season 4. With regards to the group finder, I think is the way that you call it. We do want to make sure that there are easier systems for players to use to find parties of players who are doing things that interest them. We do have a social team on Diablo 4. They've been thinking about clan stuff, things like this, things that make socialization more easy between players. I think there'll be exciting stuff to share in the future. So there's things we're thinking about. And there are, and then with regards to, what's the last one? Clans, of course, clans. We also have ideas of things we want to do to update parts of the clan functionality to make it just a little more engaging, to give more purpose to parts of clans. You know, this is a thing that we have designs for and things we're thinking about, but I can't announce anything today. Just to say that we recognize there's some parts of social features in Diablo 4 that can be leveled up, made better, and there's process we see players going through as part of regular play in seasons that we want to make easier, more streamlined for them.
Well, I got to be honest. It was actually an honor to have you guys come here. I really like you guys. I love the Diablo franchise since I was a kid. This actually meant a lot to me. I have a million more questions, but I know we're out of time. Want to be respectful of that. Thank you guys. Thank you guys for coming here and speaking so open and honestly. I'm a loser. I'm always here. If you guys want to go again, I mean, you guys got three free hours. I got a lot more questions, but I guess. Is DM going next, or I can just pass along a million more? I'm sure they already have
believe
questions.
so. Yeah, I'm on with him tomorrow.
Yeah, DM Gaz, right?
Yeah.
All right.
It's been a blast. It's been super fun.
Yeah. Thank you, Rex. Really appreciate it. I will say we're trying to get in front of the community a little bit more and talk about these things. It's something that I really like doing and I'm pretty passionate about, and I'm looking forward to doing more. So
thank you guys for being here.
Talk to us.
Hell yeah, let's do it again. Thank you guys. Everybody in chat, say goodbye to the lovely people at Blizzard, and I guess we'll see you in Season 4.
Thank you
see
all.
you, folks.
Thanks, guys.
All right. So the one piece of information that we learned today. We move our Barbarian to S tier now. And the answer is yes. This is what you learned. Norfie, yes. Alright. Well. Yeah, the rest was just blah blah that we already knew, I guess, but I wonder what else he was going to ask here. My Barbarian. Barbarian is the best item in the game now, turns out. If AOZ tier 25 equals pit 150, it's kind of doubtful that anyone is actually able to finish it, but maybe some builds could. Like, yeah, some builds could probably do it, like Minion Necro and stuff like that, and Tornado. They're really, really powerful. So it might be doable even without a tier B glyph to do pit 25. Pit 150, like AOZ 25. But yeah, depending on how it scales from there, the scaling is too steep to be just level scaling, meaning coin damage might be shit. Okay, it could be that maybe it's not enough to kill stuff. If they added like extra HP on top of the levels, then at some point maybe the shrines are not good enough, huh? It was exactly what happened in AOZ as well. Like after like AOZ tier 15 or something, like the Blaster shrines and the Artillery shrines were not really doing that much anymore because they added HP to the monsters on top of the levels. Yeah, the thing is that if like they increase monster levels, so monsters going to level of 300 now. And with every monster level, Artillery Shrine and Blaster Shrine gets stronger. But what they did in AOZ is they barely scaled monster levels and they only scaled the HP after certain points. Like every 4 or 5 tiers, the monsters get like +1 level. But in the meantime, they get like times 10 the HP or something like that. And this means that Artillery Shrine and Blaster Shrine were scaling down. But yeah, in general, yeah, stonks for sure. But it's probably not enough stonks to just, you know, outright kill bosses and these kind of things. Yeah, they're gonna scale levels and HP on top of it, basically. Nah, Alvaro is not Walking Simulator. I mean, you still have to proc Artillery or you have to proc Blast Wave before the boss. So I guess the strat would be to kind of like get to the boss with like a minute left or something like that. Have like 2-3 elite guys, kill one by one every 20 seconds. I think you can proc it or so, or every 30 seconds. And then fish for a Blaster Shrine. And then once you, or an Artillery Shrine, once you get it, you kill whatever is left, spawn the boss, go to the boss and kill the boss. So this is how you would have to do it. The question is it enough? And the answer is maybe not, actually. Variant procs every 30 seconds and lasts 20. Yeah. So like, if you have like, let's say 3 elites, you know, there's like one last pack that you have to kill to spawn the boss. You kill one, you see if it's the right shrine. If yes, you kill everything else and go kill the boss. And if not, you run away, come back 30 seconds later, kill one guy. And repeat basically until you get it. If it doesn't one-shot everything, it's dog shit. Yeah, probably. How much life did the elites have in AOZ? It was like 1 billion or something. Was it more than 1 billion? I don't know. A few billion actually. Wait a minute. Hoda was hitting for like a few 100 million back then, right? No, wait a minute. It was like dozens of billions, no? Hoda was hitting for like 2, 3, 4 billion per hit, right? With AOZ, glyph and everything. Like these elites are gonna be fucking tanky. Yeah, 100 billion. Yeah, it's more like it. Like I think the Bloodseekers had like 100 billion something. And the elites like 50 billion or so. That's a lot of HP. So they actually did it, man. They actually did it. That's great. And that's only pit 150, that's only 200. So they actually made it infinite. Okay. The AZ glyph is not there. Yeah, there's no AZ glyph, of course. I mean, some builds are probably stronger than back in AOZ times, though. So, yeah, this is big news, actually. Yes, that Necros and Druids are going to be like 10 tiers higher than any other class. Not necessarily. Like what Nova said is important. Like if Artillery Shrine and Blaster Shrine does not just kill everything when you get it, it's not worth doing it. Like it has to at least, like the proc has to be enough to kill a boss. If it doesn't kill a boss, you're not gonna do it. So that's kind of important. Am I not getting an interview? I'm not getting an interview. Oh, Cruisy Nuts, thanks for 10 months, by the way. Appreciate that. Do you have some other stuff, by the way? I'm not sure if I missed something during the thing. Maybe I actually had some earlier. You're anonymous. I missed that actually earlier, thank you. We're gonna use Armory on Sork and Druids, so. Poor Rax, he feels defeated because he had so many questions he couldn't ask. Yeah, I mean, both these guys like to talk a lot, and everyone knows it. That's how it is. Let the haters have a chance. Yeah, I mean, this makes a lot more sense for Blizzard as well, right? To give interviews to, like, I'm not sure how this even came to be. Like, did Blizzard reach out to them? It seems so, right? Because they're doing 3 interviews with 3 guys, so it's very unlikely that it was... I feel like initially, maybe it was just Rax that asked them, like, hey, can I make an interview with you guys? But they gave 3 interviews now, or they're gonna give one tomorrow. So it was probably Blizzard reaching out to creators. And they had, like, 3 slots, let's say, and it makes a lot more sense to give it, like, to, like, people like Rax and DM, I think. Simply because they are more negative. And Riker, yeah, it's like, you know, somewhere on the neutral. But he makes good interviews, I guess. That's fine, I don't really care. You know? If there's gonna be interviews for like the expansion or something, I would like to do something like that. But right now, there's not really much to ask, you know? All these questions that were in this interview here were things that they've already talked about like 3 times. The only thing that was new here was the IOZ info. Or the pit info. Riker isn't a blaster anymore, really. Anymore is a strong word here. I mean, Riker never really considered himself a blaster, I would say. He's, you know, he's just not doing that. He's, you know, he's doing his videos and he has like other qualities, you know. He makes like really good videos about like the overall picture and, you know, he makes his news videos that are pretty good and a lot of other discussion stuff. He has some good content, but it's not like a blaster anyway. We can interview you. Okay, shoot it. I keep getting interviewed all day from chat, man. Hey, Woody, what do you think about my Shadow Clone build for Season 4? Is that also an interview? What can you get the Shadow Step cooldown down to in Season 4? You're trying to get it to like around 4 seconds, so that a single Shadow Step on a fresh target will reset it every time. Does Firebolt work with Wonder Bow or not? It's always me and Anna and Micro. It'll seem like favoritism. Yeah, I mean, I had interviews with them. I had like, was it 1 or 2 actually? I had one with Rod Ferguson before game launch. It was like last May or something. And honestly, I would much rather do an interview again when it's the expansion, you know. Like, I guess in 1 month you're gonna get expansion news. Maybe in 2 months you're gonna be playing the beta. And, you know, at that point I would really like to do an interview maybe also. What's this on my screen? That's my desktop. Well. Yeah, actually, wait, where's the Riker interview? Riker. YouTube. So let's do that as well, because I didn't actually listen to it yesterday because I was playing Me Rising. Did he upload it? No. I guess it was on stream, huh? Riker Twitch. Yeah, I think I rated him yesterday because he was doing the interview right when it was over. Like, you see my timestamp here? And here, like, 3 minutes earlier is when he finished it. Nice. Okay, this was only Joe Papiora here. Riker interviewers May. Yeah, I don't really expect him to say much. I mean, what else are they going to say, really? Like, we've had Campfire, we had another Campfire, we had the patch notes, we had like 1,000 videos from every content creator. What are they gonna say? We know about the social features, we know about the auction house questions, we know about, you know, they're gonna do something with maybe loot filters at some point, they're gonna do something with Armory at some point. I mean, what else are we going to ask, really? So... Wait, is it up or not? Ah, stream start. Ah, he did it as a live stream. Okay, that's good. That's better than this here, actually. Do you want to listen to it or not? Balanced PvP. Yeah, I mean, I think PvP doesn't necessarily have to be very balanced, as long as it's fun. There were a lot of words, but no info. Blast for listening. Actually, I still have to kill Lilith for the season journey. I could do that. I wanted to do that sometime this weekend before the season's over. To 100%. I think it's the last thing I'm missing.
Folks, this is Riker, and today we're going to be interviewing Diablo 4 Associate Game Director Joe Pipora. We're going to be live streaming this on Twitch and YouTube. We might add a little technical hiccup at the start there. Thank you, YouTube. But otherwise, we're in for... we got about 45 minutes on the clock with Joe. We have collected a huge number of questions. People are saying Inception. Are all systems go? They seem okay. We seem okay. We're not hearing any doubles, right? Yeah, we have over 5 pages. We have over 4 pages of questions. Not quite 5 yet. That I've been trying to curate to keep things manageable. I don't know that we're going to be able to get through all of them, but as we're talking, you folks can also try to ask more questions as we're going along. I can't guarantee we'll get to them. I can't even guarantee that we're going to get through all the questions that we've already collected during the stream, the pre-stream today, from all you folks sending in some great questions. I appreciate it. But in a few minutes here, we're going to...
Where is Colin?
Joe, we're going to set that up, and then we're going
I'm not
to
interviewing them
flip
now.
on over to you folks, but... Again, whether you're listening in from Twitch or YouTube. Oh, look at that. We got Pez Radar in chat on Twitch. How you doing, Adam? And let's see. Yeah, we are all systems go as well on YouTube. That's working there.
I just realized that this is still season 3 with Malthus. Oh my god. It's been so long.
Oh yeah, I guess we can pass along all our unanswered questions to Rax and DM. Tomorrow Rax has an interview, and on Friday, DM has an interview. I already deferred some questions to them, because I feel some questions are better for Adam Jackson. And some questions as well are just like, I'm like, that's a Rax question.
Anything breaks, the forge is hot.
Okay, what do you got here? Can I do Lilith with this? Yeah, some Scuffed Blizzard Zork. Shining Blades. X-Files, oh boy.
Ooh, I gotta remember to disable my... Yeah, I'm gonna disable my sound alerts here. Yeah. So we're not gonna have alerts talking over Joe Pipora, hopefully. That should have muted them. Good morning from Australia. Hello. Hope everyone is doing well. Can I move this here? Okay. Oh, it's true. The hockey question was a good question for Pez. Hey, cheers, Joel. Hello from New Jersey. What's up?
When is starting? Start.
In
Okay.
We are here and we are live, all systems go and operational with Diablo 4 Associate Game Director Joe Paipora. Joe, say hi to the
Hello.
folks.
Hi folks. It's me, Joe Paipora.
Wonderful, wonderful. So, yeah, we just spent a couple hours collecting about 80 billion questions from chat so that
Great.
we can now spend the next 45 minutes talking exclusively about Dungeons and Dragons. How's that sound?
Yeah. Let's dive right into the tough questions that people want to know, right? Is it 4 to 6 drop the lowest? Is it point array? Right? Like, yeah, I hear you.
My plea to chat, y'all need to pester Joe endlessly for the rest of time to organize a stream with members of the Diablo team with just streaming a D&D session. I think a lot of people would like that.
Yeah, that would be something. That'd be something. I do have Diablo team members I do run a D&D game with. I'm not 100% sure they want.
I never made my meteor build, man. I found his helm
their
randomly.
and everything else.
Fuck.
That's cool.
That's fair. So
I'm excited to be here. I really am.
Yeah.
It's gonna be fun.
We're coming up on a year post launch of D4. We're about 8,
Yeah, just about
10. Yeah. So it's been a journey, and now we're coming up on probably the most exciting season and release and just moment for the game since the launch itself. How you feeling? How's the team feeling about everything, the journey, where you are now?
I mean, the team feels great. This has been I know we've talked about this
It's
much
so
on the
laggy.
stream, but like this has been a huge labor of love in the background of everything else we're trying to do for Diablo 4 along the way. There's so much stuff to kind of improve about Diablo and that's going to always be true as we continue to make updates.
Need to
to
thought
make
about
it
that.
better, right? But the team's feeling really good about where we're landing on things. I think that the launch year has been very exciting. We learned a ton about like the sorts of things that players are really looking for and really honing in on parts of Diablo 4 that we think we can just make it shine a little bit brighter. Items and rewards obviously being a really, really big part of that
I'm not sure
conversation.
if I have the damage for this build.
but-
Let's see.
Yeah, we're just excited to finally get it into play. I was saying actually just before we jumped on stream, I'm just really excited to get this release out there so players can play it. And then we can start thinking about like, okay, so what are we going to do to improve on this now? Like what's the next thing we're going to do? We have ideas always, right? But like really, really stoked to get players actually into the experience and playing it.
Awesome. Now, we recently had Joe Shaw.
Why is it so laggy, man?
In a previous campfire, he gave what I thought was a really
That's
good
Nini,
talk
yes.
about the identity of Diablo 4 as a systems ARPG. And because before that, some people in the community were sort of like, I don't really understand the identity of D4.
We have
So I did
bugs.
feel it was really valuable and important to nail that down as, we are a systems.
Okay, damage is kind of bad.
And, when you and I first met about a year ago, one of the first things that you told me was you're a systems guy, right?
That's right, yeah.
Yeah, so when you're approaching systems, something that I always struggle with, just to bring it back to Dungeons and Dragons, I like developing systems in D&D, adding new rules and new house rules, much to the dismay of my players at times, because I find it really fun to develop, these new rules, but sometimes I lose track of the fun, where it's like, am I just designing a system for the sake of designing a system, or is this actually going to be a fun part of the game? And we have to actually take it to a play test before we realize. But given your experience and your approach to things, how do you design a system with fun in mind? How do you find the fun?
Sure. So this is a very fun question to start with. So let's. Now you're all, I'm speaking to everyone like you are young designers. You were just stepping into, like
Damage is really bad.
love video games. You love ARPGs. You're starting to go work in game design. You're starting to think about systems, right? So first, let's start off with just like some like really, really high level stuff. So basically, if you can break down the design of a game into like content and systems, obviously, right? Like it seems like self-evident, but what does that kind of mean? So so content really is. It's the flesh and the bones, like it's the flesh, the skeleton, right? It's the storylines, the characters, it's dungeons, it's environments, it's all these things, these experiences you have while you play through the game. Like it's all of this content you're consuming, it's all these things that you're feeling as you play through. It's providing like a connection to the world, it's providing you context to the events that are actually taking place. It's framing things and framing your gameplay in more compelling ways. systems really are the skeleton. You know, they are there to also provide structure and form to all of the content.
6,000 armor on Monka.
Right. I think a good example of this is when we think about Uber Lilith is a really good example of this, actually. So when Diablo 4 launched, you know, we had our one big pinnacle encounter, and that was Uber Lilith. She was extremely punishing for the damage she dealt. A very mechanical fight that required a lot of like really precise execution to really nail. I think for players who've done it and actually managed to defeat Uber Lilith, especially in the first few seasons, you know, it's a very, very challenging fight. And at the time, we said, okay, well, if we expect the journey of Diablo 4's endgame to be kind of the acquisition of like, you know, perfectly rolled gear, exactly the sort of things that you're looking for, getting the unique items you really want, all the aspects, the best rolls that you want for your build, getting that fully online, then you kind of take this into the highest tier Nightmare Dungeons, and you can go take out Uber Lilith. I think we realized that players who got to Uber Lilith were having a very different experience than we expected. You know, players who got to Uber Lilith were basically going and they were dying to waves over and over and over again. People that would go up against Uber Lilith 400, 500, 600 times in a row trying to get this fight down. And when you think about a game like Elden Ring, right, and you go and you watch people go like wipe on Millennia like 400 times, right, and that's like the baseline experience of that game, right? It's like at moments, and that it's like I am learning the moveset, I am accounting for all of these things. You can beat Elden Ring, obviously, you know, having never spent a soul, like spending, like never leveling up at all when you're playing through that game, because it's just so much about mechanical mastery. And we sort of injected this moment of extreme mechanical mastery at the end experience of Diablo 4, where you can get all of this loot and all of this power, and sometimes those things would pay off, but ultimately, if you didn't dodge waves, you didn't dodge waves, and you've only got so many flame shields to carry you through the encounter at the end of the day, right? So I think that was a very instructional moment for us, because we realized, like, okay, this is not actually fun for players. You know, like as a capstone encounter, this is not fun. So getting back to your question, you know, like how do you design with fun in mind? Whenever you start with a system, you're generally trying to solve a problem or incentivize a certain kind of like behavior from a player, and that is not a negative thing. This is just how you describe motivations when you're talking about things that players are trying to do. An example of this is like the Renown feature in Diablo 4. So when Diablo 4 launched as the first open world, you know, like this massive contiguous space of Sanctuary version of Diablo 4, we had like this really big campaign. We had tons of side quests, local events, strongholds, all this stuff for players to go experience. You know, all the the shrines to live, all these things for players to go find, to help like incentivize exploring the world and going and collecting these things. And we would find oftentimes in earlier testing that players kind of would get into a groove where they would get into the campaign and they just kind of like play through it, and they sort of like would skip a lot of the really cool stuff out there, the strongholds and these side quests and things, kind of like provide more context to the world and are just really exciting and interesting to go and experience. The Renown system, and part of that is because like the way the rewards were situated was that they were very scattered. Like to go and get like a side quest reward, it would feel good when you got it, but it was rarely like, is it really better than going and running a dungeon 3 times? Like not always, like not usually, in fact, right? So the Renown system was a way for us to kind of like incentivize players going and like checking out a lot of the stuff in the game world, and it worked great in terms of like getting players to like just kind of check out Kyovashad and go like talk to all the NPCs and like go and look around the rest of the Fractured Peaks and find more stuff to go do. Like it actually worked really well for achieving that goal, but that didn't play well in the seasonal environment when players had to go and then expect that kind of that open world behavior of the experience. When players got into that was us. That was an example of us expecting a certain way for players to interact by making what we thought like for that first play experience, which is so distinct from what we normally need in an ARPG, which is like, you know, you're going to play it, you know, dozens, hundreds of times. You might do character run-throughs, right? We sort of said like, well, as part of the open world experience, players can do parts of this, and then they're able to get into the end game experience. They'll continue to level up, and they're not going to have to do all of it like all the time. Plus, you know, it's partition bound, so like, you know, once you do it on one character, all your alts will be okay. In the end, we realized players don't want to do that every season, no matter what, right? And we understand that makes sense, right? Because players were looking to have a different relationship with the experience on their second, their third, their fourth, their fifth repeat playthroughs. For players who came in and played Diablo 4 that first time, they did get a lot of value out of the Renown system because it kind of did give them these big chunky rewards, the new potion charges and skill points, and you know, and the Paragon points at the end. Like these things felt meaningful for those players. So that was that was an interesting system where like we we found like a good way to like expose players to more of the fun content in the game. That was the problem we we're trying to solve. We felt like we had some pretty good rewards attached to it, so it did help that player who's kind of going through their first character in Diablo 4 and kind of help mesh that open world game together. You know, but it did not play well for the seasonal player who's looking to return and wanted to like kind of jump into the experience more quickly. You know, that felt like homework. We don't want homework in in an action RPG especially. So at the end, looking back, like examples of these systems of like, you know, Uber Lilith was really good for these.
Glad you're excited, man. It's gonna be fun.
Mastering the game, and there are a lot of players that really enjoy it, but there's a reason why we never put a really big.
Okay, let's see if we can do this.
We'd want to grind for, because we thought that was going to just make it was going to put way too much emphasis on this extremely challenging piece of content, and at the same time, we didn't just want to nerf it into the ground and make it so there was no longer anything like that for players who'd come to appreciate this part of it. So it kind of left us in an interesting place there. Now, in Season 4, we have it so that once you kill Uber Lilith during a season, you get a Resplendent Spark the first time you do it. So now there's a reason to go do it once if you can manage to do it. It's not the only way for you to get an Uber unique item, but it is a path towards getting getting something deterministically later on. So like going back again to your question of like how do you focus on fun first? It is we're solving a problem, we're thinking about these things, knowing like as we look at like Season 4, you can see a new expression of this. Now that we've gotten all of the feedback from players, and I think there's like someone told, I haven't seen this, but like apparently there's like a supercut video of like us saying feedback on stream a bunch of times, and like it's like a meme. Guess what, guys? That's fine. You want to meme on us for saying feedback a lot? Fine. Go ahead, make your videos. Because if there's one thing I care about deeply as the assistant game director for the live service of Diablo 4, it's making sure that I'm reading the things you're saying, even when they're joking about me, right? And then ensuring that we're bringing this down the team and we're trying to make the game better. That's our job, is to make the game better, right? So thinking about all the feedback we've received and like all the things we've done as part of this seasonal release, you know, this is us focusing on the things we know need to be made better. A great example of this is the Codex of Power update. We knew that like initially the feeling of like, all right, well, there are going to be these aspect crystals I collect, and I'll hold on to ones that are really important, and you know that's going to feel good. I'll have them in my stash when I want to like kind of build up a new gear set, and that will feel pretty good. In reality, it was just a complete storage nightmare. Created a lot of other issues. You know, we thought about like, oh, maybe we want to make these tradable, but that never felt right. It was really awkward to have all of these things lingering around. It was just going to give even more emphasis on having these things lingering around. Codex of Power is a way for us to sit back and say, all right, it's not that players don't like collecting aspects. It's the management of the items attached to that system that we think is the real problem.
You can't ask questions, man.
So
Pepper really likes to talk, man.
Actually pretty
I mean, that's good.
Particularly if it's not taking away from other parts of the game. Like I can't store gear, so I've got so many of these crystals I have to work through. Or every time I go to the Occultist, I have to kind of go back to the stash and find all of the like aspects I want to go work with. You know, we think that there's just a better version of that, and streamlining this experience we think was good, because it wasn't that aspect in printing was necessarily the biggest problem here. It was just all of the inventory management and what you gave up if you kind of like took all that away. So we think we just found the right kind of middle ground for this. So once again, identifying a core need that is unmet in the game experience is a good starting point. What do players want to do in the game that they can't do right now? What is difficult to do in the game right now that we could make easier? You know, what is the sometimes you're gonna also have to ask yourself, is the juice worth the squeeze? Which is not like it is what it sounds like, right? Like if we're gonna put this much effort into this thing here, is it as impactful as if we had put into this other thing over here? So you're always making these you're having these triage conversations. We see feedback all the time about like the Armory feature, for example. We love the idea of like making sure that there's more. It's easier for players to like save out loadouts and save out like item sets and things like that. We love that idea. There's things we want to do there. You know, we're gonna be talking about. You know, but like there's a time and a place for everything, and when we can deliver stuff. So it's that's the very very high level. Is there a need? How do we fill it? Do we have the people available, the time necessary to like really nail the experience?
8.4K ammo actually.
Got a great idea like Helltide, right? Like Helltide like updates in season 4 were another like labor of love from the team, and there was so much playtesting that happened along the way to kind of get it into exactly the right spot. That's the other thing as any system, and like Helltide's like a content system in many ways. Like there's kind of it's straddling both lines and both areas here. You just need a lot of time to sit down and play the content. You know, it's I think about I've worked in like MMOs. I've worked with online games like my entire career at this point, right? And I think that something that's very, very unique to this space is that it's really difficult to test one thing in isolation and spend like an hour on something. You need to feel how Helltide or Season 4 feels. You need to play it for like 100 hours. You have to play it for like 200 hours to really know, is this the right drop rate? How frequently am I going back to town to sell? Like it's this kind of stuff. So that's the next step, like whenever you're like introducing a system and trying to make sure that's going to really work. You need to give yourself the space to actually test it appropriately. Give it the time it needs to settle. If you go and you play it for 45 minutes and you walk away like, I happened to have a good experience in that 45-minute segment, that might not have been your experience 45 minutes from then, right? It's like you need to be able to like let things sit for a while.
Oh so, man, it's been a while, guys.
I saw, maybe it's an example of this. Maybe
why is it so laggy, man? What's going on?
Like Season 3, we had the introduction of traps, which on paper it's like cool. This is something that
I don't have anything open really.
Gameplay, but at least from what I saw, an overwhelming amount of feedback from players was that they didn't enjoy interacting with the traps and the way it slowed down the gameplay. Do you feel traps were a successful mechanic? Is it something that you thought was good in on the drawing board, but then fell apart when it hit the field? Or yeah, what are your thoughts on that?
I think that a lot of times, this is another really good one. I think a lot of times we're trying to figure out like what are the ways that we can kind of create different gameplay experiences for players. Like what is the other neat stuff?
I wonder if they're going to delete the death pots like from the inventory, or it's going to be like some inert potion.
Traps are a thing. Like whenever we think about like,
I'm going to check that when the season comes out.
You know, there's monsters, there's puzzles, there's traps. Traps and puzzles are things that tend to slow players down a little bit. And we thought to ourselves, all right, if we think we can nail traps in a way that will feel like they're adding an extra layer of like complexity to the space as you run it, but it won't be
no,
like
thanks,
to, like,
Nash.
go and collect like
I think so too. Like the whole game is different. Why do you need a season theme?
Arrange them in a certain way. It's not going to slow you down quite like that. But we found that players, the tuning for it initially was such that they were a little too difficult to dodge. Like they were happening a little too frequently in terms of how fast they would fire, right? And it wasn't giving enough space around like areas where
yeah. So the solution is, yeah, don't tune down the traps a little bit. You know, make them fire less often. No, just like make traps irrelevant. Just delete them.
Player has like a slight latency spike. Let's say like things slow down just for a moment, and they see that they dodged something, but it actually registered on the server that they got hit.
And it could have also like just made the hitboxes like more, convenient a bit, right? Like, make the hitboxes a bit smaller so that even if you maybe clip through the animation, it doesn't count or something, make it like for these next scenarios that he's talking about. I really wonder why they changed Season 3 the way they did. It's kind of like weird. Like after 1 week, they just kind of deleted the entire season theme from the game, basically. It's kind of weird.
It was one of their stacks, and like that was a really negative experience.
Do we have a...
And when I say like the... when you ask me, like, do we think that was a successful experiment? I loved what traps did ultimately, which is they did like kind of constrain combat spaces in interesting ways, right? But I think that a lot of these things come down to like just kind of getting the tuning in exactly the right place. So and also this is another evolution of us trying to say like, all right, so what are the sorts of things we can do to kind of like change the player's experience, like I said. And we saw the players having like moments where it's like, well, I kind of want to like come into the space, and I sort of want to clear really quickly. I want, I want to blast through these things sometimes. I want to like get my glyph XP. I want to like get the rewards at the end. And I think that's fair. I think that this is in ARPGs we have an interesting relationship with difficulty, and things that slow you down in that way, right? So I think that it was a good experiment. I think there's things we can certainly take from it. Vaults won't be returning in Season 4, but the learnings from Vaults I think are going to be something that the team's going to be able to hold on to and kind of continue to consider, because I think there's neat stuff there, but we want to make sure that we're doing it in a way that doesn't conflict with kind of the efficiency bets that players are making as they kind of choose what kinds of content they want to engage with at different parts of their experience. An example of this also might be like, I think that when you're playing...
Yeah, that's what I mean, Horia. Like, how are Vaults different from Nightmare Dungeons? I mean, they're more packed, they're more rewarding, and they have no boss. That's basically what they are now. They completely deleted the traps from the game, You just gave you infinite amount of pearls, and you can get hit by the traps as many times as you want. And then you have stuff like Flame Shield that can just cheese it anyway, so what's the point, right?
Through like a campaign experience the first time, or like a major quest line. I think that
that update,
if you
that
are
update is not an update,
if you're
the
a player
command.
who enjoys
Check the
narrative
Discord,
and you enjoy
must see.
quests and things like that, then you're not thinking in the same efficiency-minded space as you are in other elements of gameplay. And in those situations, there's probably a lot of opportunities for kind of like slow players down a little bit in terms of like making them experience different things as part of like, you know, a room sequence to room sequence and conversation with NPCs and things. I think there's areas to bring some of these ideas back, I think.
All right. Over the past, you know, again, we're close to a year now.
Yeah.
A lot of changes have been made since the game launched. If you could go back in time, let's say 2 years, are there any decisions you would have made prior to launch, knowing then what you know now?
I mean, yeah. Yeah, I think there's probably some decisions I'd make 2 years ago if I'd known. Yeah, there's some different ones.
Is there if there'd be like one particular thing about
Why is the lighting
Oh yeah,
bugged,
yeah,
by the way?
okay. Yeah, really good question. Well, I think that I have talked a little bit about this on stream, but I think it definitely bears repeating in this context, right? And I'm gonna apologize because my camera occasionally just loses all focus. There we go. One thing we believed when we started working on Diablo 4 and we think about the end game of Diablo 4, we had thought to ourselves, or rather we had believed after testing things internally, all right, so the experience is the journey from level 50 to level 100. You know, like that's a big part of what the experience of Diablo 4 is kind of going through this like this progression, leveling up glyphs, like I mentioned before, like getting your unique items and getting exactly the right rolls on various affixes for your gear, which is going to take time, and getting like legendary powers and exactly the rolls that you want. You know, we thought that was really going to be more of the focus, but what we found, you know, pretty quickly after players started kind of reaching cap, you know, is that players were, you know, we're getting to level 100 and they were saying, okay, so now
I actually lived.
and then they would go fight Uberlilith, and then after that they were like, okay, well now what do I do? And then they would go complete the last, maybe if they haven't already completed tier 100 Nightmare Dungeons, they would go complete that, right? And they said, okay, so what else? And you know, our thinking at the time was like, well, then now it's time for maybe check out like another character and start building up something else. But that wasn't what players were looking for. It makes sense, right? Like players were looking for more places to bring all of that power they spent all that time collecting. You know, they wanted to go and have more goals to chase. And really, I think that like going back, and we had some ideas about this, but like going back and think about this, like an ARPG really is like it's a series of like peaks. Like you're gonna crest one mountain, you're gonna see, oh, there's these new goals for me to go chase. There's new things I can go try to aspire to. There's more things for me to find. There's more stuff for me to chase. There's more stuff for me to kill. Right? That's when it's fun.
Loot,
like when you kind of continue to see these things, and when you see that like you don't see those peaks anymore. Like that's when you start to like really lose interest. Like, okay, well then what am I gathering all this power for? What am I doing all these things for? Right? So I think that the knowing that players were going to be looking for like at the very top end of the experience, the very, very end of the experience, like that's when they want to have like the most stuff suddenly show up. I think there's an area there we've been trying to make adjustments since, right? And I think in season 4 with the introduction of things like Pit of the Artificer, you know, which is obviously there's a lot of callbacks like Diablo 3 Greater Rifts, you know, as part of that feature. And also a lot of things we've done with crafting is about trying to create more goals for players to chase, more things for them to go after. Tormented bosses, same sort of thing here, right? The collection of the Uber uniques, right? Like another similar thing. So like this is
what the fuck's going on?
These are the things I think that these are the really big lessons we learned quickly. You know, particularly like walking into the live game. And again, I apologize. I'm just gonna ahead and do this real fast.
Oh, they are lagging. Okay.
Except it's just not going to turn back on. So I'll be right back as soon as this actually decides to.
Do we care about cracking energy anymore and ball lightning?
So for that,
well, I'll keep talking.
Sure, go ahead. Yeah.
Am I back? I am. I won't do that again. I apologize for everybody who's watching this.
No worries.
I am not a professional streamer. I am just a person at a desk right now, having a conversation. You were to ask me a follow-up question.
Yeah. So do you see level 100 as now like the end, or is there any possibility of having, I know some people wonder, like, is there ever going to be more levels added, or otherwise, maybe not more levels, but other systems of progression once you are level 100? I guess we sort of have Masterworking now, which you could technically start before 100, but it mostly is an end game progression system. Could we expect to see more end game progression stuff, or is it going to be more just opening up maybe more activities to do, but not necessarily progression related?
I think that the needs of the game are going to change as time goes on in terms of what's going to make the experience more fun for players. We don't want to just throw a ton of things all at the player at one time. But to answer your question, I think that there is going to be absolutely more room for progression at level cap in Diablo 4. I think like the Season of Loot Reborn is a really good like first step towards where we're trying to bring aspects of the play experience, particularly for those cap level players, to give them like I mentioned, those goals they're looking to chase. Goals are only compelling as long as the
Spotlighting's not good, like Frozen Orb. Spotlighting is good, yeah. It's gonna be one of the best builds, I think, for
exciting stuff to go chase as part of it, right? Like, so I think that
Stanley Sorg is pretty good.
I think that we have to continue to innovate in this space. We have to continue to add more things, and we have ideas. We have really cool stuff we want to be able to bring to the table, and we have an expansion that's going to release at some point, and there's going to be stuff then too, right? So I think that there's a lot of room here, not just for like other activities, which I think there's absolutely room for other activities that are kind of like designed more for the end game experience, but also for other progression systems and other interesting ways for players to augment their power and make cool choices.
Now, I got a quote that I'd like your thoughts on. This is from lead producer Tim Ismay, speaking of Games Radar. He said,
Sure.
quote, "We are for sure actively discussing, if not directly working on, additional systems we want to add to the game in the future, which we think will make it an even more robust experience. Similar in scope to what we've been doing for Season 4 with Itemization, we're very open to revisiting other parts of the game in the same way." This has led people to question skill trees, Paragon boards. Any thoughts on that you'd like to share?
So I think that there is a lot of room for iteration on things we have in the game experience of Diablo 4 today. I've already talked a little bit about some of the things I see as opportunities for improvement and like areas where when we began working in Diablo 4 and began building this game, and I think that Diablo 4 is a fantastic game, and I think that particularly like the first playthrough like RPG experience of Diablo 4, going through the campaign, exploring the world, like finding your initial drops, like going in and finding your little stack, I think that all feels really fun and compelling. It's trying to make sure that like the other parts of the experience, like the itemization, the reward system, the power progression features, the various things that become available to the player once they finish the campaign, they've kind of gone through parts of that experience. I think there's opportunities both in the kind of the framework of players, the way they kind of reach that experience, the way they engage with it, as well as just more opportunities to augment that in meaningful ways. So I obviously can't like say anything very specific as part of this conversation. I hope you understand, but I absolutely, and the team remains very committed to making more improvements here, like more exciting things, for players to look forward to. I think if I could just steal the mic again for a second, and I apologize because you're the one who's asking me questions, right? But I think one thing that is worth mentioning is that Season 4 is just one step in the journey, as I've mentioned many times before. But there's room for things that feel distinctly like Diablo 4 that you'll see more in the future. There's more things we plan to bring out to the players as time goes on that we think are going to be a little fresh, a little exciting, right? Like I think that this season release is in a really great spot. I love that we have our tormented bosses in place. I love that we've got Indariel in. I like that we have the Pit, the Artificer in place. But there's clearly more stuff that we want people to bring to players as time goes on. So there's a lot to look forward to, I think.
Fair enough. Speaking specifically about Paragon boards, what do you see as the role of blue glyphs in the game currently, and are you happy with where they are?
Oh, that's a good question.
Yeah, so the blue magic glyphs were meant originally as the free starter glyph the players would gain access to immediately upon entering the Paragon board. They've kind of formed they're in a vestigial role right now. As you get your rare glyph drops pretty quickly as you're progressing through as you get into level 50 plus content. So as a result, like there isn't really a period of time where you don't have a rare glyph that you actually want to pretty quickly. And if in that case, like that's where magic glyphs are meant to like step in and give you like a little bit of an extra like starting point, you know, to begin on your
Just
journey.
fucking delete them, man.
So I think that they're kind of in a strange spot right now.
Or
I would not be surprised.
I mean, they could also make them like, you know, I think that magic glyph does not necessarily mean that it's like worse in that sense. I think it could also just be that it works differently, right? They can keep magic glyphs the way they are, just like buff them enough, and keep them like as a very simple form of stacking a certain stat that you care about, for example. And you have the rare glyphs that are a bit more sophisticated with like, you know, those stat thresholds, and they have like a secondary bonus. And at some point you're gonna have legendary glyphs that do like, I don't know, something special, like transform the entire board or something, right? And you could just have different tiers of glyphs that don't necessarily mean that one is better than the other. Right now, magic glyphs are just completely pointless. But if they buff them enough, they could be useful. And, you know, give you like another way of like building your character potentially or something, you know?
We decide to make adjustments to those in the future.
Fair enough. Topic of Nightmare Dungeons. With the changes in Season 4, are you guys happy with where Nightmare Dungeons land within the canvas of things to do?
I don't think I changed the Paragon much, man, actually.
Yeah, it's another good question. So I think that, you know, when we work on Nightmare Dungeons,
do we run the mastery?
Rather, let me take a step back. The
No,
feedback
right?
on Nightmare Dungeons is fairly clear.
Do we?
I do not like grinding Nightmare Dungeons in order to get my Paragon glyph XP. That's the feedback on Nightmare Dungeons. And I ask myself sometimes, I'm curious, right? Like, all right, is there a place where Paragon glyph XP could go that would make that you would enjoy the content, where the that you would grind in order to get your Paragon glyph XP? And I think some of the problem with Nightmare Dungeons is actually just the rate at which you earn Paragon glyph XP. That's kind of part of it, right? We saw during the we did our Lunar New Year event earlier this year, right? And during that, we had glyphs, as I think you and many folks know. We had glyphs that would show up, these ancestral glyphs that would show up that would give players these give boosts to glyph XP. And I feel like the ones that we provide as part of that event, we actually could push the bonus even higher, you know, during those moments. And because players really played a lot of Nightmare Dungeons during that time, particularly whenever they had those glyphs that were active, right? We think that's fun. Players want to be able to push further. And I think that that's one of our takeaways. In Season 4, we increased the glyph XP speed by 25%, so you're gonna be leveling up your glyphs a lot more quickly. But stepping back to like the actual content side of
yeah,
Nightmare
gates would be
Dungeons,
cool.
a lot of the things that players kind of engage with as they're going through a Nightmare Dungeon is again, it's something that they have to react to. You know, it doesn't feel like it's engaging necessarily, as players have done them over and over and over and over again. I think there's opportunities for us to kind of like make some updates to Nightmare Dungeons in the future. I think that there's a lot of cool ideas in Nightmare Dungeons about trying to provide, you know, different experiences inside these dungeons that players have played through before, and we wanted to be able to change them up and make them feel like very like flexible. But there's nothing I can talk about today about what we're explicitly going to do. More that we see that there is an opportunity for improvement inside that feature that we want to go ahead and execute against.
Fair enough. On the topic of set items, some games have outright said we're not doing sets. We don't feel there's a need for them. There's no room in the design space. Prior to D4's release, about 6 months prior, Rod Ferguson said that sets would come to D4 in the future. So my question now is, are sets still planned to come? And if so, what are the specific challenges that you see with implementing sets in Diablo 4's current itemization?
That's a good question as
well.
well.
I want to start by saying one thing, and that is, Riker, you've set me up here, okay? All right, because I report to the guy who reports to the guy who reports to Rod Ferguson. Okay, that's the order. That's the pecking order. Okay, so the reality I think is that I think sets are extremely cool, right? They're I think they're very, very fun. There's a question inherent in the idea of adding sets that is, how much of my character power is from this set when I get it? I think we know that in D3,
Let's see if he uses
amount of your character's power was really from those set bonuses.
Yes,
which is good
and charged. Interesting.
In that when you get your set bonuses unlocked, you feel the change. You absolutely will, right? Like that's significant. I can give you, and you can get a weapon with a greater affix. It's going to give you additional, 80% more damage. On your attacks. And you might not notice that you got that if you're not really paying much attention to your build overall, right? But if you get like a 2 set or 4 set bonus in Diablo 3, with that, the way that things were tuned there, you do notice that you got those unlocks because you're building your whole character around the fact those exist, right? So I think in Diablo 4, I think that sets are a very interesting possibility. I'm not going to close the door.
Sign teleport chance.
But I want to just posit out there for you to think about, and for the community maybe to think about, or rather the people watching this right now. I have got one pizza worth of power to give to a player. There's only ever one pizza of power. That pizza could be bigger or smaller, but there's only ever one pizza. It has to be separated into so many slices of pizza in terms of that power. Right now, we have power being delivered from the skill tree. We have power being delivered from the Paragon board. We have power being delivered from your base level up experience. So when you just leveling up from 51 to 52 gives you stats and it gives you health, right? I have power being given to you by items. I have powers given to you by affixes and greater affixes, and now the tempering recipes, right? Legendary aspects, the unique items, of course, uber unique items from your renown system. There's lots of places, there's lots of pieces of pizza out there, and the more pizza that I have to distribute across more systems, the less it's possible that you make things feel a little less impactful. So I want to make sure that if we were to bring sets into Diablo 4, one, it feels like we would react to the introduction of them to make sure they've got a good amount of space. Like I could see a world where, and this is not the plan of record or anything, right? But I could see a world where, okay, the way that we think about sets in Diablo 4 is that players are now losing opportunities to make or to have uniques in slots. And that's kind of how we offset the additional power that we're giving you, because the unique powers play a disproportionate role in many builds. So now you're kind of like, instead of choosing uniques, maybe there's some set bonuses you need instead, and they kind of fulfill a similar space power-wise, right? I think that would be part of it. If we were to just add another feature with no space carved out to make things to kind of make room for it, I think that it might feel like it's not providing enough value on its own to hit the set fantasy. So I think that's the challenge with adding sets to Diablo 4 today. But I do think that they're a very, very interesting concept. They're extremely Diablo. We obviously love sets on the team. We've had this conversation many times internally about them. Though I think that there's absolutely a future. I think there's just conversations to have about them.
That's fair. This kind of dovetails into maybe this answer is very similar, but rune words. We did see early in development, you guys had a form of rune words. It was like the two-piece rune words, and we've sort of not heard about them since then. Was that system scrapped? Was there like some specific problem with that implementation that was discovered, and that's not an idea that's going to come back?
Yeah, great question. So I think that rune words, in many ways, in an entirely different place than sets, in terms of like sets are popular. People like sets. Sets are very popular. Diablo 4 was a game where we try to like bake into the mythos of it, like Return of Darkness. We wanted to take a lot of knowledge from Diablo 1 and Diablo 2. And Diablo 2, obviously, one of the preeminent systems in that game are rune words. Prior to the launch of Diablo 4, we did work on rune words for quite some time. We had some really, really cool stuff. And I think and you're referring to some of the things we talked about a little bit in the past. We didn't feel that we had the time to iterate and polish it to get to the place where we were really going to be excited about being able to deliver it to players. It wasn't going to be ready, and it wasn't going to fit quite right. So with that in mind, we didn't end up launching with that feature because we didn't want to like put it out there and have it be like a half-baked version of what we wanted to do with it. Right. So as we think about the future, it's not that like rune words have lost their luster at all, right? Like I think that's there's obviously prime space there to do something extremely cool. Can't talk about anything today, but I think it's pretty clear that there's Diablo 4, it feels like it like the rune words would fit. Like there's a place for this someplace. We can do something, right? So I think there's room for this in the future, I think.
Wonderful. Real quick.
I'm not taking this actually. Wait a minute.
Is that on the radar of something to come to D4?
Yeah, so character rebirth is something we've talked about as a team. It's something we are excited about. Like Brent Gibson, the director for expansion, is very excited about this. It's something the team is thinking about and working through and figuring out like when we can deliver this in a level of quality that we'd be excited for. So that is definitely on our radar. We know that players are now reaching a point where they've filled up all their character slots. They're looking for ways to kind of like make a little bit of room, and rebirth is a great way to do that. So we want to make sure that we find a way to support that in the future.
All right. Diablo 3, we saw power creep over time, and that was dealt with by the devs by just adding torment after torment after torment. How do you guys plan to address difficulty? Can we expect higher world tiers over time, or do you plan to find other ways to increase difficulty, or are you even just comfortable with the difficulty as it is now in Season 4?
No, I think that the difficulty in Season 4 is in a reasonably good spot right now. But as we continue to like add more opportunities for players to get more powerful, and add more peak challenges, we're going to continue to push this envelope a little bit. Now, whether that is in the form of torment tiers or anything else, I think the real question here is like, how do you make the game difficult at some stage? Like, where does difficulty come from? In an ARPG? And I think that there is we have a few spaces to operate, so we can make players weaker. Which very, very early actually iterations of Nightmare Dungeon Essentials did actually quite a bit of this. It just made players weaker. There's still some efficacies out there on sigils that will still do a little bit of this.
Fuck.
Monsters take less damage from fire, things like that, right? You can make monsters hit harder and get closer to get to a one-shot situation with players more quickly, right? But players are fast, so maybe we should CC them more so that they have to stop, and then we hit them and then they die, right? So that's another thing we could potentially do, right, to make the game more challenging. And then there is the idea of adding more health to monsters. So okay, well maybe what we need to do here is maybe monsters can take a few more hits. They have more time on field to do something as part of a fight. We do that too much, and it just becomes a giant slog. That might not be the most fun experience either. So I think that there's obviously a conversation we had there. I think that right now the way that we're thinking about this is that we want players to feel strong. We do want players to feel that they have, particularly in the form of the Artificer's Pit in Season 4, we do want to feel like that is the measuring stick. I think Colin mentioned this on stream, right? But this is a place where once you've gotten yourself into a good spot, you've started to get your your greater affix gear together, you're starting to masterwork all your stuff. Obviously, you have all your tempered affixes on your items. We want you to go have a place where you can really push and feel that you can and have the game push back against you. And if we don't want to just chain CC, and we don't want to just have area in screen wide one-hit attacks, so that you are running very particular builds. We are in a place where we want to make sure that monsters have a little bit more health, they can stick around a little bit longer, and we're going to see how that plays out as players kind of dig deeper and deeper into the overall experience. So yeah, that's the current thinking on things, and we'll see how that evolves. Particularly after we go past Season 4 and we see how players are engaging with things like the pit. I mean, I'll say that for the Abattoir of Zir, the health scaling in Abattoir of Zir was insane. That was extremely high. We knew it was possible for players to finish the tier 25 Abattoir of Zir run, for example, but we didn't expect many players to do it. Not a ton of players did, but the numbers that did, I was still surprised by. There's a lot of room for players to push and push and push inside this experience, and I just want to spread that out more granularly at a minimum. Over the course of the Artificer's Pit, and then go beyond that a little bit where possible. In the future, we'll see.
What's your approach towards, I'm going to call this aspirational content, I don't know if it's the right term, but basically content in the game that is not necessarily going to be completed by everyone. It's for the hardcore people. If people really apply themselves, they might get it, but they also don't feel bad not achieving that. And I feel it's really tough to find that balance of putting something in a game where it's I'm satisfied with the game, even though I haven't done this thing over here. Because I feel what we tend to see, or what often ends up happening is, people complain and things have to get nerfed so that everyone can accomplish this content. Do you feel you have this kind of content, or do you want to have this kind of content in D4 where it's no, you really need to apply yourself to do this? And yeah, what's your approach, towards designing that, implementing, and in what quantity?
Yeah, great question, actually. Great question. So I think I could think of a couple examples of this, right? So the first example is uber unique items. Obviously when uber unique items first started appearing in the game, they had an extremely low, extraordinarily, vanishingly low drop chance for players to get. And that was intentional. We wanted to make sure that this was our moment to replicate those beats in D2 where high rune drops for you and you fall out of your chair. It's a giant deal. You're extremely excited because it's so rare. If a thing is dropping so frequently that you see it every other session, it doesn't have the same value inherently as a thing that is extraordinarily rare that you don't expect. This is important. You don't expect to get every time you build a character and run through a season. But a lot of the experience of playing an ARPG is about trying to acquire these really, really big items and feeling that you have a chance to do that. I think that our relationship with like the way that things drop like now, particularly for like for the Diablo audience, it's very different than it was, in 2000 and 2002 and 2003 when like Diablo 2 was like really at its absolute peak, right? So I think that that's a thing we keep in mind, the thing we think about now especially. So we provide some opportunities for players to get uber unique items. There's now you can farm Duriel, and that's a way for you to kind of like eventually you will, if you continue to farm, you will get good chances to drop uber uniques off of Duriel. Not every player wants to go do Duriel runs endlessly, right? But they might if they want to go, if they really care deeply about getting that uber unique item, right? So I think that we want to provide opportunities for players to get some of this stuff. But like that's just one example. The other example of this is thinking again about Uber Lilith, right? We had a point in time where the conversation on the team was, okay, should Uber Lilith be balanced so that every build for every class can kill Uber Lilith? It's an excellent question. That means that if we were to say that the answer to that is yes, and every build can absolutely definitively kill Uber Lilith, that means that the fight is actually entirely about the execution of the encounter and doesn't have anything to do with your stats at all. So like maybe there's a world where you say like actually we're gonna put a debuff on the character and everybody is set at the same exact power level and like all stats are new to it. It's like, but is that really an ARPG if we do that? Probably not. Like you want to be able to take your value into that fight, take that power into the fight, and feel that you can push through it, right? When you mentioned at the top of our discussion today that you thought that the conversation that Joe had on the stream a while ago, where he mentioned that the SARPG thing, right? Like Diablo is an SARPG, it's a SARPG, it's a systems ARPG. One of the things he mentioned as part of that discussion is that we think that the decisions you make before an encounter needs to play a bigger role in the outcome of that encounter than the execution of that encounter. Wind that back, we're saying like, okay, so you should be able to like gear through some things. Skill at some point becomes really more of a bonus when you get into some of these encounters. If you are exactly aligned on your build and you've done all of the investment, you get all these things together, that power needs to shine through. I think that like this is like where Overworld is. Everybody kind of got to this point. Players kind of bashed themselves into it and then get really upset. They couldn't really, it wasn't working. It didn't play like other parts of the game experience. So I think that as we like reflecting back on this, thinking about what aspirational challenges need to look like in the future, we want to make sure that they are clear, and we want to make sure that they are like the difficulty of them. If it is a thing like, imagine we add a new boss, that is like, okay, now you have to kill all of the tormented bosses to get a new widget to go and then summon an extra tormented boss who is level 500, right? Like something insane, right? Let's say that. We would position that in a way where it's like, this is impossible. That's what
Did
this
we talk about the mini mastery
players
passive?
will never
No.
do this. Like, and that's how we'd have to basically talk about it, right? So that people wouldn't get disappointed when they couldn't do it. When we talked about Abattoir of Zir was extremely challenging content. It arrived very late in the season, so we had players who had done a ton of gearing up to that point in the Season of Blood. But we didn't get a ton of extraordinarily negative feedback with the difficulty of that space, because we laid it out as like, look, this is more challenging than Nightmare Dungeons. It goes beyond everything else we have in the game. It's extremely challenging. Players didn't all walk in expecting to clear tier 25 Abattoir of Zir. Their relationship with the difficulty of that content, varies, because there was a ton of health scaling in that, and also a lot of one-shotting in some cases. But I think that was an example of like, hey, here's aspirational content that not every player believed they could do, but they could see it that way a little bit, right? So these are the things that we're going to be navigating. In the future, we want to make it really, really clear if it's extraordinarily challenging, make it clear how it's extraordinarily challenging, and then allow that to kind of like ride. So like getting a greater affix drops are not really like a good example of this, because you really think of like, it's a goal that I'm trying to hit for myself. I have to overcome a challenge. That's how I would think about that space.
I guess it sort of ties in as well to what we've been talking about throughout. The changes and evolution that D4 has gone through since launch. We've seen an increase in the pace of the game, period. More density, faster. This has all been in response to community feedback. A lot of people are saying the game is becoming more and more like Diablo 3 in its pace. Do you feel that the vision for Diablo 4 has changed since launch, when it was that sort of slower game with the more CCs in the combat and all that kind of stuff?
Yeah, I think that Diablo 4 is evolving, right? Like in the same way that Diablo 3 evolved, if you want to think of it that way as well, right? Like Diablo 3's initial difficulty modes were extremely punishing, like as you kind of like progressed through them, and it was very, very challenging, right? As we think about Diablo 4 and like what we've been going through, like a lot of Diablo 4 is kind of it's the DNA of the game is baked in this idea that we have this massive contiguous world, right? And the player is going to experience that on their journey as they kind of progress through the World Sanctuary, and they're able to stop Lilith, spoilers, right, and save the world, and absolutely nothing bad happens at the end. Everything's fine, right? So I think that things have evolved, right? And part of that has been like a good example of this is that when you think about like many open world games, right? There is a part of the experience is going and exploring the world, right? And finding all these things and going to all these places. Like when I talked about when we talked about the renown system a little bit, right? Like it's kind of like seeing all of this stuff, right? But in ARPG, like we'll see players go into like one dungeon like 800 times, to level up on like their second character because it's faster than going and wandering around the world and doing quests or doing something, even if it's like not necessarily more engaging, maybe. It's different from player to player. People like grinding, right? But like it's just a different mentality on that second playthrough. And I think that like as we see the game kind of evolve and and as we're like kind of hearing what our fans are looking for and we're kind of like engaging with these problems, I think that we're seeing like there's opportunities to like speed up aspects of this of combat in general, right? Like we gaining spirit energy on a druid at launch was very, very difficult, right? Like it was a very slow pace, or like when you could actually like launch out a tornado or anything else, right? It's just a very different experience. We wanted to make that a little bit faster. Some monsters just felt like they just took a little bit too long to kill, and we wanted to make that a little faster too. Like we wanted to make sure the players felt like they weren't like wandering like for a long period of time without seeing a thing to fight. And that when we talk about density, what's really talking about is making sure that like the pacing of the combat experience feels more engaging. So that you're excited, and your some of your cooldowns might still be off cooldown from the last fight, as opposed to you wait 9 seconds and eventually a lot of things come back, So I think we're absolutely evolving things. I think it's safe to say like there are a lot of learnings from D3 that are worth considering, right? They're worth thinking about. Not that everything in D3 makes sense in D4 because it doesn't. It just doesn't. It's just wildly different games, But there are some things there that I think are really important, like making sure that the combat feels punchy. Making sure that the abilities feel like very fluid, making sure that that when you're killing like swarms of monsters, it feels visceral, feels exciting to do this, and you can move swiftly through these packs of monsters. What I think we need to do, what D4 is doing now, is now like really creating its own identity, right? It's now like, okay, we have this phenomenal campaign. We have all of these really great classes. We have like all these powers and unique items and all of these things for players to engage with. It's about bringing all of these things together, to make one really exciting like journey through the game world each season, right? For when you decide you want to go back and you want to play again, right? And there's lots of players who have never played a season-based game before who are now playing D4 and they're having their own relationship with this. So they're trying to learn how to do it. But there's a lot of things we can build on top of, like this framework that we've been working on, as I've mentioned before, to really make it kind of like more unique gameplay opportunities that like really are specific to Diablo 4. And that's where things are going. Like a lot of the steps we've been taking so far, they feel like, oh well, that's something from Diablo 3, and this is the thing here, like, but it's all going in a direction, and we're really excited to show you more of that as we continue to make steps on there. That's being a live game immediately out the gate for Diablo 4 has been a huge blessing for us, in that it's given us all of these cycles to iterate and make the game better and bigger and more, right? And just keep learning, right, about like what players are looking for now versus like what they might have told us in beta, or what they might have told us, in user research groups, or what they might have told us in D3. Even the players who are playing D3 now, say different things than what D4 players say now. Like it's been a journey. It's been a lot of fun.
Well, thank you very much. I've taken even more of your time, but
I didn't even realize what time it was.
If you want to keep going, we could. But if you have any closing thoughts before we finish, and also if you think we're going to be eating steak in season 4 yet.
Okay, so I don't even know what that is referencing. You know, once again, I feel like people make like beef things sometimes. I don't even know what we're talking about. In terms of like, I just want to say thank you, right? Like to you, Riker, to the community who provide questions, but also just to everybody who still cares enough about Diablo 4 to like give us feedback and leave posts, like leave comments on things, and just keep checking stuff out. Like we're the team is super excited about getting season 4 out, so that we can then start working on the next thing that's going to make it even better, right? And that's gonna be a conversation between us.
Alrighty. Thanks again, Joe. We're gonna close up the call here. I'm gonna swap to a goodbye screen, but yeah, we'll have Joe say goodbye to the folks, and then we'll wrap things up over here. But yeah, I think good here. Let me.
All right. Well, it was still nice to listen to them, even though there was not really crazy new information. It's like nice to get like the perspective of like Joe Papiora and the team and stuff. So I think that was kind of cool actually. I enjoyed listening to that. What do you think? I have returned Hell Dictate. Good Rax and Riker interview. Yeah, I mean the most important piece of information was the HP scaling in Pit. I have to make a breaking news video tomorrow morning after the stream. So that is actually big. We should think about what that actually means. And this means that what I predicted would happen is actually happening, which is a good thing, I believe. What breaking news? They said that Pit 150 is equal to AOZ tier 25. And then it goes beyond. So that is very big news. So they actually did like the times 1,000 or something like that. Well, times 100 at least on enemies that I was hoping to see. Got Barbarian Spear and first Oracle and it's Sorg in Season 3 and now moved to Eternal. I hope they don't nerf it. Yeah, it seems unlikely they will nerf Barbarian. Because, like, what they did in Avatar of Zero is they increased monster levels a little bit and then increased monster HP a lot more on top of it. And this made Barbarian not completely cheese the entire game. And it seems like they're doing the same again in the Pit. So Barbarian might not actually be that crazy. Why do you want to time poor Richard out, man? What the hell? What is going on? Well, I have to do it. That seems very savage. You won't ever get close to 150. Well, I can talk about that though. So before we time out. I don't think the goal should be 150 necessarily, you know? Like, it's just an arbitrary number. You know, there's no reward in Pit 150 or something like that. You know, it's just a number. It's like the same thing as in Diablo 3. Like, people care so much about how powerful a certain build is. But there's nothing really that pushes you to go that high. Oh my god. Okay, now I have to like untime out. Does this work? That should work. Guys, what's going on here? Okay. You only need Pit 60, after that you're just tryharding. Yeah, it's exactly it, right? Like, Pit 60 is the minimum requirement any build needs to hit in order to have access to everything in the game. You can get all the items, you can get all the masterworking stuff, and yeah, you're not gonna get it as fast as like a good build. But I don't think this is like a huge concern, because the ultra tryhards, they're gonna masterwork the items like 100 times to hit like the 3 out of 3 on a certain stat. But most of the time you don't really have to do that, you know? And if you don't really have to do that, then it's totally fine to masterwork the item like 3 times until you get some good combo and you leave it there. So you don't have to farm a billion masterworking mods. And in that case, it's totally fine that pit 150 is unreachable or pit 200 is unreachable, and some builds can go a bit higher than other builds and stuff like that. That's just how it is, you know. Some builds are just like more, you know, designed, I guess, for high-end content and for like, you know, depending on the mechanics. Some builds just really thrive when you fight very tanky monsters. Look at Penshot, for example, in AOZ, right? I played Penshot in AOZ, I cleared tier 20 with it. And it was really powerful because it was a really well-designed build for this high-end content. But other than that, Penshot is not really a strong build. This is how it is. It really does create a different XP. It does not, Mr. Casual. As I said, yeah, okay, I mean, I'm not sure how long is the expected, like, you know, hours investment to masterwork all your items to 12 out of 12 at one time. But you have to see, it's not just the masterworking mats you need. You also need the red crystals, you also need whatever else you need for that stuff. So I don't think it's only the masterworking mats that are a bottleneck here, but probably mostly the masterworking mats. But even if that's the case, you know, as I said, like, if you're really a tryhard and want to get like the 3 out of 3 perfect crits on the right stats on every single item, yeah, you're gonna be busy for a while. In that case, you should probably do it on a good build. But if you're just like playing the game, you can get like, you know, 3 masterworks. Like if you look at this, I don't know, let's say the pants, you know, it doesn't really matter if I hit the int or the life or the armor or even the barrier generation here, or even flame shield. Like, in fact, I should probably put flame shield duration. The only reason why I'm not doing it is because I expect flame shield duration to no longer exist in the patch. So I'm not like banking too hard on it. But either way, it doesn't really matter what I hit here. So that's just how it is. Yo, La Rego, thank you for the prime, by the way. What is AOZ tier 25? AOZ tier 25 monsters had, like, elites had like, I think 50 billion plus life or so. So that's like around 25 tormented bosses. Next season's gonna be so good. Yeah, it's gonna be fun. I'm trying to make a ball lighting planner right now. We have most of it done. We have the Paragon done. I think the Paragon is okay, which is actually very similar to the Frosty Strides planner, besides like a few glyph changes. And I think that's okay. And I realized we have like vulnerable very easily from just like spamming lightning spears everywhere, which is also cool. So I think I'm gonna go for that. And we just have to update some of the items here. For example, Hectic does not longer work. So what do? We could actually run Juggernaut if we really wanted. We could get an interroll. And nothing. Wait, there's nothing I can put here, right? We don't need res? No, fuck. So I guess we're not gonna do Juggernaut. And Juggernaut also feels kind of bad, so it's fine. Also want to do this. So is that like a good defensive power? Ever living? Might we cannot do either. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I don't think I want to go for 45 since there's Sork. I think Sork and 45 does not match well. So 45 only protects your life. Oh my god, man. I guess we can do Veer Keymaster. It's actually a good one. The Veer's passive, because you run Veers. So that's fine. And Ever Living. And honestly, this might be either Raymond or a Tybalt's Angle. Actually, when I think about it. Tybalt's is also good for resource. I can put in an armor roll there. Now, how does Raymond look? Raymond is still pretty good these days, right? You teleport in, everything gets stunned, everything gets pulled, but do we care about the pulling very much? We don't really care about the pulling very much, I think. We're playing ball lightning, everything just like gets zapped around us. It doesn't have, it has 0 damage reduction. In fact, they take more damage. It's only 1 rank to glass cannon. Did they nerf it? Wasn't it 2? There's the teleport ranks, which are actually kind of optional, I'd say. Maybe want to do defensive skills there. And we also want to put some freeze chance here, I'd say. We have slow, immobilize. It's the freeze, that's the wrong one. Freeze chance, here we go. Rogue players will struggle to get past tier 100. I mean, we don't know the exact scaling per tier now, but I think tier 100 is still like a goal that you will probably hit pretty reliably on a lot of crappy builds as well. And then you're gonna see like some builds kind of cap out at 110, some at 120, some at 130, and so on. So that's probably how it's gonna go. So Dire's lifesteal become more valuable deeper you push into the pit? Actually, no, it's the opposite. So Andariel's lifesteal has a penalty the higher the monster level is. And with monsters going to level 300, you're probably not even gonna get any lifesteal from it. Or, I don't know, very, very tiny. I mean, technically, you would think, okay, monsters have so much life, I have to do so much damage to them, I'm gonna get a lot of healing. But it's actually not true because the game lies to you. Yeah, like the lifesteal has severe penalties to the point where we don't expect it to actually heal you at all. And we actually put Andarius freshly into F tier now. And the unique tier list. We discussed this last night actually. We have all the new aspects in the planner, Nastraza. I mean, you can look at the patch notes, see what are the new aspects. If you just go to the patch notes, they are listed here, and then you can see them in the planner. My PC is super laggy right now. I'm not sure why. Maybe I have been letting it running too. I think I had it running too long. I opened like 1,000 articles today to double check stuff on the Maxwell page and stuff. We got a guide for that. Dread has entered chat. Yo, boy, hello. You see your salvage. Yeah, Andarius. I mean, previously Andarius was kind of like a copium item. Like, okay, I saw like Sario made like some cool flurry poison build out of it and stuff, which was okay though in like season 3 when the game was Omega easy. But you have to see that season 3 game is Omega easy. There are no bosses. You can play anything at all and clear tier 100 dungeons. And now you have the pit where you have to kill bosses and everything has like 1,000 times more HP if you wanted to go to the highest pits. So that just outright kills all of these meme things, including Andariel's. So you can't play something like Andariel's and hope to make a viable build out of it. It's just not how it works. So yeah, I mean the game is like Omega easy and like anything works. You can make some funny stuff work. But that's not the case anymore. I mean, technically it is, you know, you don't have to go to pit 150, right? But I guess most people will probably try to go as high as they can with whatever build they're doing, right? Not everyone is like a mega try-hard pusher or something. Like, I know I'm probably gonna be sitting there and like just opening pits and pits and pits and try to go like higher tiers and stuff. We're gonna have the pit leaderboard, we're gonna have an event and all that stuff, right? But ultimately, it doesn't matter too much, so T150 pitballs will have more life than ASD, 25 Bloodseeker, and it will one-shot you for 100% dodge. Now, we don't know about the one-shotting, but they will have more life, seems like. You're gonna play Rogue, makes you sad. Don't be sad. Rogues are... I mean, it's slight copium, but not too much copium. With the Shadow Step build, it might be actually really good. You have it like high A tier. A Shadow Step Rogue. How good is Bone Spear Minion? Well, it's pretty solid as well. It's not like the same as the full minion builds, but if I play Necro, I'll probably play the Bone Spears. Do you have a video of the Shadow Step build? No, there's no video of that. Not even Mippy has a video of that, I think. I mean, I will cover it, like, theoretically, but there's actually no gameplay I can show. Because no one has really played it. Like, this is something that kind of evolved after the PTR was over. Because, like, I think on the last day or something, like, you know, there was like a lot of this testing going on with Victimize, and we learned about the double dipping. And then, yeah, Mippy started cooking. And we started thinking about, okay, what can we do with Victimize? And yeah, then eventually the Shadow Step build came out. And no one has played it. So, a bit unfortunate. You have died, he took 10% of his snacks. And it's just like he found a dead link. It's like a like broken link or something. What did you click on? Where's the Flame Shield enchant? Yeah, Flame Shield enchant is dead, man. Maybe you should try to get a Poison Keeper dot to last 40 seconds. And then what? Bash Barbarian. Yeah, Bash Barbarian is not published yet, I guess. I think Snail is making that one. I'm not sure when he's done. I mean, we were supposed to push everything out like yesterday, today. So maybe it's coming later. Yeah, we already linked everything on the tier list. Like, I just put all the links there. Because we were supposed to release the tier list at the same time as all the other guides. But some guides are not ready, so... Barrage or to be for 1 to 50. I would suggest Barrage. It's very easy, feels fun. You get like the free season journey stuff. You try to make a teleport only damage build in planner. Is it actually good? Yeah, it's gonna be fine for like easy content. You can do like a, you know, teleport Zork. Not for the pit though, for high end. Like, basically all these builds I've been fieldcrafting is mostly designed for like the high-end pit stuff. So, you know, if you want to do open world, hell type builds, you can do anything, really. So, or even like Nightmare Dungeons. Even all the way to tier 100 Nightmare Dungeons is not going to be a challenge, really, for almost any build. Blizzard or Frozen Orb? Yeah, tough choice. I think Frozen Orb is a bit better, though. Okay, I need to think about what I will do. Do I put a Tybalt's Will here? I think I'm gonna put a Tybalt's Will here. Actually, Tybalt's Will is pretty good still. With the 33 close the R. And for Ball Lightning, this is definitely something that will apply to us. So what did we lose? We lost Armor. We have to put Armor. We have to do something like this, but that's okay. We have Gravitational. We don't want Retribution. So what do we do now? Do we go Accelerating? Accelerating is really good for Ball Lightning, I suppose, right? Because Ball Lightning's attack rate is increased by attack speed bonus up to 20. Oh. I forgot. The Omega nerfed this. Never mind. So I guess not. No accelerating. Alright. Actually, we could do Gravitation on the neck. It's 25% raw damage. What else can we do? Elementalist actually. It's 40% crit. Now, is that good enough for anything? 40% crit is, let's say, generously 20% DPS. Is that correct? Yes. 1 crit is 0.5% DPS, roughly, on average, without any other bonuses. Now, we do have a lot of casts that don't come from ourselves, which means they're not buffed by elementalists. Every 4 attacks, we will get a ball item for free from unstable currents. So it's actually less than 20% damage, I'd say. But we also have some crit synergies, such as Electrocution, Static Discharge. No. Yeah, it's not worth it, I think, actually. I think this is not worth it. Okay, what else? Storm Swell, though. 30%, we do that one. Actually, I should probably put that in Frosty Strides as well. We have Retribution right now, we should do Storm Swell. Increase damage to vulnerable enemies while you have a barrier. I think that's better than Retribution because it actually works on bosses. And with bosses being like gods in this game in Season 4, we should go all in on boss damage if we can. Same with Control. Can we replace this? While you have no defensive skills on the action bar. Nope. Shredding Blades. We do this one, and we're gonna do this here as well. Shredding Blades is too good, I guess. And we have Conceded, which is probably fine. And we still... This is 30%, this is 30%, this is 25%. It's like a slight difference, but I'd actually like to put Gravitation on the neck. Conceded is okay. Maybe we do Control anyway. Maybe not though. And there's only defense. Fuck. I guess what we really want is a Star of Skies here. Maybe. Star of Skies is pretty powerful. Yeah, Bash Barb is not released, guys. This is why it doesn't work. I'm going to play the pit. I was done after getting worthy a few times. I think you're talking about the gauntlet and not the pit. I mean, I might try get like a gauntlet rank 1 or something, and like, you know, it would be fun. Especially early season when a lot of people come back and a lot of people are blasting. Could be cool, but I'm not sure if they're gonna fix all the exploits. There's some exploits right now with gauntlet. I'm not sure. Should I put Control? We could put Control on the neck. %53% damage when they're mobilized, stunned or frozen. You can also do Edge Masters, which is 30% at all times. I think I do Control. Is there any utility mod? How about Exploiters? They have Concussive Strikes. Could do Exploiters, but I think I'd rather have like Control or something. We mostly nuke when stuff is CC'd and not when they're not CC'd. Unless Exploiters would work on bosses, that would be nice. I think I'll do this. Shredding Blades, Storm Swell, Rapid. In that case, you might not even go for Rapid. Could go for Control here as well. I think that's probably better, just to have like more damage output. And you can make a second Rapid if you want, but it's okay. It has a lot of attack speed here. Okay, I think this is fine. Ancient Flame on neck with Azo passive. No, Ancient Flame is completely dead. Shooter. This is cap 1. I mean, first of all, we lose our Veer Mastery, which is really powerful. And the Veer Aspect, which is also extremely powerful. And then we have to get this. And then we have to drop an Aspect. And Ancient Flame is cap 1. And cap 1 is just your gear now. Like, you just get 100% from gear anyway. Just need to roll this on, like, you know. Yeah, okay, I can give up 2 item rolls, and then what? What can I get on the ring? Not really anything. And on the offhand, also not really. So you just don't even get anything. Or here on the weapon. Like, there's, like, not really options to put there that are better. Or, like, yeah, some additive damage. You can do, like, some crit damage or something, which is, I don't know what. Probably 7% DPS. Times 2, let's say 15%. And you give up so much for that. Yeah, even if it was cap 2, it's not really worth it, honestly. Like, even cap 2, you know, we have already, like, over 100% attack speed because we have unstable currents. It's 25%, and that is cap 2. So you have 125. And if you go from 125 to 175, that's a bonus of, like, I don't know, 20% maybe? Or so. 25. It's not even that much anymore. For an aspect and a key passive. And we drop our defensive power there as well, that we cannot really put anything better for. I guess late game could do a Shaco or something. Shaco would probably fit relatively well in this build. Have to get armor somewhere though. Armor might be a bit of an issue. Nah, actually it's fine. I can put it on boots. We have 25k life on this setup now. This is a bit low, actually. Should probably put a bit of life. Let's do that. $29k. This one has 35k, which is kind of cool. Yeah, the question is, did the patch just kill Frosty Strides? Or not the patch, or what Show by Pure said. So maybe the patch doesn't even have to nerf it. I think Frosty Strides in like an infinite difficulty scenario is just not really going to be such a good build anymore. But it's still going to be a good build, I guess, in general. So depends on like how much they nerfed it specifically. Flurry inner side needs a nerf. Absolutely. I wholeheartedly agree. It has been dominant for far too long. Those flurry inner side builds, man. Spotlighting better or worse compared to Season 3? Everyone is stronger, basically. Hello Patrick, by the way, sorry. Nice interview. We just watched them, actually. It was Rax and then Riker. I think the M is the last. I won't have one. I mean, comparatively, Ball Lightning builds. I should have went up or down, actually. Did we move it on the tier list? It was pretty good. It's still pretty good. So it's just there, basically. We don't have arrows here, actually, because we made like a fresh tier list, basically, with like all the new builds, and because it also includes pit, we didn't actually put arrows here this time. So I'm not sure what it was before. Where's Ball Lightning now? It's an A. It was probably A already. That's good. At first I feel excited to play Diablo again after the demo. Yeah, I hear that a lot, actually, from people that played like Season 0 or Beta or Season 1, and then, yeah. Don't understand why they give Blizzard Stock size increase recipe as Blizzard Stock avoid that. Right, I mean, it's like the first step to make like a Blizzard build actually Blizzard, right? Instead of ice spikes. So, you know, maybe at some point we're gonna get the actual Blizzard build that is not reliant on ice spikes, right? So that is probably why. Ball Tibby doesn't feel great, resource the problem. Yeah, that's why we have Tibble as well now. I think that should be fine. With Tibbles, it's gonna be pretty easy, I think, to sustain. We don't have resource cost reduction here, actually. So actually, this might be a bit too optimistic what I'm doing here. And maybe I should actually do a two-handed weapon so we can get resource cost reduction on it. But that a Sorc with a two-handed weapon is also... Especially when you run unstable currents, you kind of want that cooldown. It's so much cooldown. Hey, oh yeah, thanks so much. Tears might incinerate thoughts. Might be fun for World Tier 4. Yeah, I mean, Tears might will not help you much. Besides making a bit tanky. But Incinerate is okay-ish. Yeah, actually I just realized what I'm doing here for my ball lightning build. Unless we get like insane amounts of crackle, we won't be able to sustain it. So at 50 mana cost, like 3 times a second or something. That's a lot actually. I think you have to play this with a staff. When I think about it. And that will make it probably comfy enough. Which is a bit sad. But maybe fine. I do have a frozen build, yes, gone. It's on our Discord. Played me Necro in the Endgame beta last time, so excited to play it again in Season 4. Yeah, I have no idea how they were back then. Okay, so if we do two-handed aspect, which aspect do we put? Maybe just the ball lighting aspect, honestly. Move control. And we put shredding blades on the neck. I think you're gonna do two-handed for this actually. Because else it's gonna be a disaster of resources. Maybe like this. Let me do this. Let me do Storm Swell. Now the question is, can we still hit the cooldown? We lost a lot of cooldown. So we have Gravitational, Conceded, Shredding, Storm Swell. I mean, we don't need to have perma Unstable Currents to have perma Vulnerable. Because the Vulnerable lasts for 3 seconds, and the Lightning Spears also last for 6 seconds. So there's actually a lot of overlap. So let's say if you get like our last Lightning Spear, like, you know, right, like let's say 3 seconds before the end of Unstable Currents, and then it flies for 6 seconds, and then it hits, and it crits like, you know, 2 seconds the last time before it expires, so it's like 3, 6, 10, 13, let's say 15 seconds. To make it safe, 15 seconds. After I press unstable currents, I will still have vulnerable on the target. It could be longer, but 15 seconds is pretty safe, I'd say. So... I put it as 26 seconds cooldown. This is not enough. I would like to have more cooldown reduction. I mean, there's an option. Not a great one. We could go Ice Blades Enchant. Or maybe we just accept that sometimes not everything is vulnerable. Do something like this. Dude, I have 920 int, what the fuck? Where's my int? I think I need to put some more int, man. I have nothing here. Need the armor and stuff, so... The life value is the same on two-handed versus one-handed and stuff, right? Like int versus life, how much is this? 244 int. That's 122 int. 2500 life. 1266 life. Okay, so it's exactly double on the two-handed. We do close here. We do... Is that actually the move? I just realized. Damage to cold. I actually need to check if damage to cold is the move. Yeah, I don't think so. Because it doesn't give us anything else. It could be close damage, quite a lot of it. And this does nothing. Besides giving us the Fish of Fate multiplier. This is what you want, right? Enchanter. Secondary is really bad though. Secondary is like 1/6. It's like 16.66% damage reduction for lightning and fire. And that's it. It's kind of bad. Secondary is really bad on nothing. Non-fizz. Now there's non-fizz. Could get one dex node, for example. If adapt, we could do tactician. Could think about tactician and put adapt somewhere else. If charged, for example. Which is int, and this is int. Okay, what if we do another variant? Let's try this. Tactician. Adapt. We have 0 dex. Nice. Ah, man. That is a sad story here. 1, 2, 3, 4, holy. 1, 2, 3 there. This is only 4 points to connect here, which might actually be better. 1, 2. This is 1, 2, 3, 4, and 1 there, basically. What if I do this? No. Man, it's a fucking banger here, by the way. I like this one. It'd be cool if you had a tool like Path Building with extreme details to everything. Yeah, that has been a plan for our default planner for like half a year already, but we didn't get around to it yet. I want to have like all the damage calcs like in defeat planner and stuff like that. I'm putting index to live here, man. That's rough. Okay, let's see how much damage do we have. Damage is close. Let's start from this one. Okay, we have 80, 90. It's like 300. We don't have a very high crit rate actually. We have very low crit rate. Okay, as well. Let's say 200. 350. 430. 730. 880. 900. 960. So we are at a point where it's actually better to not put cold damage and we put close instead because you want more raw additive. I think the same applies here. Okay, what else do you have instead of close? There's percent damage. There's lightning damage. I guess close it is. I guess not everything you hit will be close, but most of it will be. There's shock critical strike damage. We don't crit enough for that. More close. We've only 160 with cold. I don't like this at all. There's not many opportunities here. There's a bit here. I really like to take this 1 point at least. But I have to go up a life node, I think. There's no other way. Yep. Doesn't really help us, but okay. Can do the same here. I think the 5-inch should be better than like 7.5 damage to stunned. Which is kind of awful. You can even take another int if you want. How's this? You have enough dex. And we have enough dex there. I took like some dex nodes somewhere instead of an int node. I'm not sure where I was here. Okay. Yeah, what? X-Side Mecha, thank you. How's it going? Pretty good. I've almost finished all of my planners. Did I nerf the Sorcerer that makes you use of evade, slow life, and barrier? That's basically a 1 skill build. We know about at least one nerf to it. We learned about an indirect nerf to it, which is they made the game harder. And there's a high likelihood that the entire core of the build, which is this aspect, is getting obliterated in the patch as well. So yeah, I did make a planner for it, in case it's not obliterated, but I do expect it to not exist really. We have a random dex node here that does have no purpose actually, so that's cool. Let's do this. We probably have the same here. No, we don't. We have 160 with cold. I don't like this. Is that like not more non-physical damage? Not if you don't run the other glyph, huh? That's just how it is. Now, how much damage do we lose? This is 16%. And then if you cap it to 30 somehow, that is a 12% damage bonus. So, what if Enchanter? That is 80. 1, 2, 3, 4. That's a lot of points as well, though. 7 fucking points. But then we get 29, so we're almost there. So this will be like 11% damage or so. And we gave up the Enchanter. I mean, we don't really hit stuff with cold damage that frequently. We hit with fire and we hit with lightning, but cold is kind of very nice, only on the boss. So that is actually okay. We also gain 16.66% damage reduction for lightning and fire. We lose 7 points though, which is a lot. We lose some res as well, which is also a problem. And we gain more additive damage. So, how much is that? Not very much. It's only 75% bonus, so we gain 15% non-physical. And here we gain 140, so the net gain is like 125% non-physical, which is also around 10% actually. So you get 2 times around 10% DPS from doing this. And you have to spend 10 more points for it. But now we're getting into some resource issues. How much more resources are we gonna have? Sorry, rest resources. How much more are we gonna have? We're gonna have +2, +3, +5, +10. We're missing 4.5, which is bad. Which could be solved from this. But we need 20 more willpower, which is doable. 20 willpower is probably doable. There's one. I have to strictly change int to willpower to do this. And we have to get 7 points. I'm not sure where I get 7 points. I think I'll have to cut a glyph for that. So the question is, which glyph do we cut and for what? We don't want to cut Reinforce because it gives us damage reduction. I don't want to cut Territorial for the same reason. We can't cut Adept. We could cut Charged, but it's a relatively strong one with the 15%. But it has no other benefit. So what if we go back to Elementalist here and we put Enchanter there? We get 80 non-physical damage, which is roughly 7% DPS compared to the 15 for the charged. But then that also buffs Frigid Fate, which gives us more than the charged, and we don't have to get Crackle going that much. And we get all our points back. And be happy. So how does that sound? I think that sounds pretty good actually. I think I like the control glyph there, like while we see them, which is most of the time, we're gonna do like 7-8% more from the additive and 20% more from the secondary, which is pretty powerful. Destruction is fine, although we don't crit too much, we have only 28% crit rate. We could change Destruction glyph. I just don't have the crit rate. We could put crit. I don't really want to though. But we're playing a Sorc, maybe it's fine to go crit. Maybe do this. I mean, we've actually won crit for this as well, right? Wait, what happened here? Why do I not have the Devouring Blaze? Yeah, maybe we're gonna completely remove this stuff. We do this. 49% increased crit damage. I forgot about this Devouring Blaze here. Maybe we don't care about Crackle whatsoever. Which means we can't really go overflowing energy. We just completely rely on Tibalts to get our resources, and the resource roll here, 50% reduction, means our ball line costs 25. Still a pretty steep cost. It's probably not enough to make this work. With the starters guys we'll be fine, because then our ball lighting costs like 12 or something. I think we need some resources. There's resource generation. There's also mana per second. Ah, wait a minute. We can do Conjuration Mastery. We gain 2% mana regeneration per active Conjuration. How many of them do we cast? So let's say we attack twice per second for 10 seconds. Every fourth one is a Lightning Spear, so we're gonna have up to 5 Lightning Spears from a single answer occurrence. So we get like 3 or so at a time. Which is 6 times, it's 18% mana regen. We also get a few points for that. I'll probably start Rogue, yeah. I'm not sure yet. I think we do this. Yeah, honestly, now that I think about it, I think I'm gonna go for Elementalist aspect after all. We have Elemental Dominance. I do have Crackle. Yeah. I think some Crackle will be helpful here. To get more resources, we probably have to do that. We could remove Glass Cannon. We might have to do that. Depends. Maybe you can run Glass Cannon, maybe not. But it is a trade-off. It's not such a great passive. The setup I made is fairly tanky though. And I mean, with the teleport ranks on the chest, you could actually take out the Flame Shield there, if you wanted. Get a point back. I think we do this. And we put Elementalists. We have Stoneswell, we've conceded. Shit. Conceded here. Elementalists here. And like this we have nearly a 90% crit chance. How much mana do we have? 130. Yeah, it only really works if we actually have almost full mana all the time. Which is somewhat unrealistic, I think. I think we just have to accept we don't have that much crit chance. We can't get more here, unless we get like a greater affix, so that's 5%, that's pretty good. We could put crit here, but we have so low int, we don't really want to. There's a chance to make enemies vulnerable. It's kind of hard to solve for all of this, I feel. We have to make some concessions, there's no way around it. We have some extra resource generation there actually, 17.9, which is relatively good. I could also like try to do like a masterwork there or something. Return to a phase recommended. What difference in gear? Oh, I need to check the variants again. They're not really supposed to have variants, I think. So this might be like me theory crafting, and then like usually I make a copies and then I try to find the best tree basically. So if there's like many variants, then this means probably I need to delete one. I don't think a lot of people are really willing to like swap around their Paragons too much and stuff like that. Okay, I gotta say, having extra res against fire and lightning is also the two most important elements. I think fire and lightning are definitely the two most important. Cold is not so important. Shadow is not so important. Poison also not so important. So having the enchanted glyph is actually kinda cool for the extra non-fizz damage there. I wonder if we can swap these two. What if we do none? And we do destruction. We swap those. It's -1. We have one there extra, which is, well, we actually back to the same. It's actually literally the same. So it doesn't matter. How's the willpower versus dex? Missing one dex there now. Okay. I think that's good enough. Glad to enjoy, by the way, is that excite? How do I say that? However, will the mini Necro scale in pit 200? Yeah, I mean, minions are extremely powerful, so once you get to the boss, you will murder the boss. I guess the hard part will be getting to the boss. Because when there's only one target, I guess the minions will do what their thing. If there's many targets and then they become unstoppable at some point and they start hitting you, they start running around, they start hitting your minions, you have to dodge. I think it's going to be pretty messy. This is ball lightning here, but you can find them all here. Was there any confirmation that the plus golden skills thing was a bug? I don't think I've said that exactly, but it's not going to happen, I think. Shadow Step build where? I did not put it there yet, actually. I wanted to do that today as well. I do have a planner for it though, that is probably what I will play actually though. I guess you can put it. Like Mippy made most of this planner and I did like my own Paragon for it. And some tweaks. But this is the build. This is also very much like what we got in the guide on Maxwell. That guide is already out, I think, so we can put that here. And I think we're also going to do a victimized pen shot. Let's try our hands at that. Shadow Step. Boom. And there's like some more tweaks I have to make here and stuff, so we'll see about that. Isn't the Shadow Step build reliant on a double dip bug and turbo copium Masterworks? The Masterworks, I mean, you want some cooldown and stuff, but it's not like at the end of the world if it's not super perfect, I think. So that's fine. And the bug is probably not getting fixed. So there's that, at least for the season, or at least until the mid-season patch. They might not fix the double dipping. If they fix the double dipping, actually the nerf is not all too crazy. I think the double dipping accounts for roughly double damage or so, depending on the exact things you use. We can check that maybe real quick. So at least I told Mippy to elaborate a little bit more. So I hope he has done that. Victimized damage scaling. Here we go. Okay. Below are the known and tested relevant interactions that double dip for victimize. Here we go. Control, deadly ambush, enhanced caltrops. Okay, that's a big one. But they also won't be have this under most circumstances. Exploit, an exploit of weakness. Okay, if you have everything up, it's 3.15. And if you don't have caltrops, actually, we should do this double, right? We do this. 2.17. Okay, yeah. So the caltrops is kind of a big one here. If you deal 10 million damage to Shadow Step, victimize will deal 101 million explosion damage. Yeah. That's a lot of double dipping for sure. But it's not like an unusable build, even if they fix that. Like caltrops are, you know, not really be applied that often, besides on bosses or so. Sometimes on elites, I guess. Yeah, I mean, on elites, I guess you generally drop the caltrops and then do a thing, because you also get deadly ambush and all that stuff. But yeah. An exploit could potentially be bigger, because exploit here is also on the neck, for example. Like you put exploit on the neck, so you have a lot of ranks of exploit. Yeah, so maybe the double dipping is more like ×3 on average or so, I guess. It's kind of a lot. So once they fix that, that's gonna be noticeable. But it doesn't really make the build necessarily unusable. We're gonna need tens, maybe hundreds of billions. Yeah, not on this class. We have other classes for that. I don't understand how that does damage. Guess it just works. Well, the idea is you boost your Shadow Step as much as possible, and Shadow Step doesn't even have such low damage. And you also get to 200% lucky hit, so Shadow Step has baseline 100% lucky hit. You get another 100% lucky hit bonus, and you have 200% lucky hit. Which gives you exactly 100% chance to proc victimize. So every Shadow Step will proc victimize. So the damage of the Shadow Step is then multiplied by, you see here, 1160%, for example. So like times 10. And then you have the double dipping, like now times 3, so it's like times 30. Or something like that, yeah. So it's a lot of damage, basically. It's like an insane multiplier, and then that explodes. Actually, I think what we just saw was that it was supposed to do like 10 million damage and then 100 million, but it's actually more. Terroristan broke. After watching Rax Viker interviews, think the better situation of the podcast if Rax, Udi, Alan Jackson, and maybe throwing a wild card like Crip. And that would be fun as well. But I guess it would be, it would still feel a lot like an interview, because I mean, we can talk all we want as content creators. What we really want is, we want to hear the devs, right? So, yeah, we watched the interviews earlier. It's funny how the tutor says up to, but the formula keeps working, goes beyond the up to part. Yeah, I'm not sure why. I told him that like a year ago already or something, and they have still not changed the tooltips. So this up to is just like two useless words that are more confusing than anything. Flicker. Yeah, Sepke is gonna log in, that's for sure. Yeah, I still need to like tweak the setup a little bit here. This is from Mippy, minus the Paragons. That is, there's a Flicker. We have Righteous Fire now, and we have Flicker. What else are we gonna get? This works in Storm, it's gonna be extremely fun. It will also be quite difficult to play. I would not underestimate how difficult it is. At least my expectation. Waiting for a T-shot. Yeah, we need arrows that shoot more arrows. Oh wait, we have barrage, I guess. But it's not exactly that. Sounds annoying. Yeah, basically for like most small targets, you're just gonna like shadow step, shadow step, shadow step, shadow step, and then when it's like in lead, you do like caltrops, smoke grenades. Or maybe you start with smoke grenade. The thing is that the smoke grenade has so much, you have so much crit chance that the smoke grenade instantly freezes a target with frostbitten aspect. Frostbitten makes your grenades have a double your crit chance to freeze a target. So you throw the smoke grenade with 50% crit chance, boom, 100% chance to freeze. And yeah, then you do your thing, basically. I'm really looking forward to it as well. I'm not sure if maybe he has released a video on it already. Anyway, guys, I think I'm gonna go though. We are... I say every day I'm almost done here and I keep making more stuff. But we're almost done. Is perma flame shade still possible for Frosty Stride? I guess you try really hard, even with the nerf everything, it might be possible. But the investment might not be worth it. What are the top 3 builds I want to try this season? The Death Trap with Barrage. Probably the Shadow Step. And probably Tornado, actually. I've not really played Tornado. Just a tiny bit. I tried it a bit and stuff and so on, but... I mean, Tornado is a pretty straightforward build. It's pretty easy. As long as you get the timing right with the Hunter Zenith. But I had a good time with that on the PTR. I mean, there's a lot of fun builds. Basically, everything that I put on this list here is something I would really like to play at some point. So let's see if we have the time for it. Yeah, good night. Let's see if we can raid someone here. Hope you enjoyed it, guys. I'll be back tomorrow. No, we can make DM. I mean, it's not doing his interview just yet, but I guess tomorrow we're gonna be watching it live anyway. That's right, DM. He's going to do another interview tomorrow. I'll see you guys. Have a good one.